Is everybody in? Is everybody in? Is everybody in? The ceremony is about to begin.
Good morning. That's a brilliant start, isn't it? I was just playing the intro music there and I was told that Facebook was not playing ball. I think we're back on Facebook now, but if anybody is watching on Facebook, if you could confirm that, that would be very useful indeed. Now it's saying I've got a comment. I haven't got a comment at all. But good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much indeed for being here. Yes, there is Gary Muirhead. Good morning, Mark, says somebody over on Facebook, which proves that Facebook is working. Mark Whiting's in the house as well. Gary Muirhead is here as well. And I know Gary is on standby waiting for the show to start. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, guys. Happy Saturday. Before we get started, I thought I'd show you the T-shirt. My wife bought me this for a while ago. Today seems the appropriate time to be wearing it. So let me just show you. Yes, welcome to the shit show. Good morning, everyone. It's going to be a long one, and I don't know how it's going to pan out. But good morning, Jim Turner. Good morning, Ken Hatter. And I know Ken is going to be in and out today because he's got a very busy day ahead of him. But such is life. Now, we've got two aims today. And there he is confirming that very thing. I'm busy, so I'll be in and out of the show. Not a problem at all, Ken. Fully understand. Priorities, family and stuff first, and this a distant second, I would say. We've got two aims today. Three, but the third one isn't that important. So our first aim is to set a new duration record for the Breakfast Show. Our current record stands at 2 hours and 14 minutes. So our first target, obviously, is to beat that. I've set a timer on my phone to alert me if and when we pass that milestone. So at 12:14, there will be an alarm going off to say, we did it. We've beaten the record. So that would be very, very handy. My second and rather more ambitious aim is to double our previous record. In an ideal world, I'll still be talking at 2:18 this afternoon. What the hell? We shall see. I'm not entirely sure we can make that. And there is a third, an entirely optional plan. I will, from time to time, pause for breath and throw up a reminder of how you can support the show with tips. Buymeacoffee.com. You'll get the hang of it. But please, please, please do not feel obliged. I know times are hard, but if you would like to make a contribution, we would be very grateful indeed. We've got two more Kent Demolition gifts up for grabs. There you are. It's the yellow one today. We did the black one yesterday, which is winging its way to Algerson. There is the yellow one today. We're going to be doing that during the course of the day, and I'm going to show you exactly how you enter rather than bothering to tell you. There you are. All you need to do is type Kent into the chat. We'll do one draw at some point, and then we'll just keep the draw rolling, and we'll do another draw a bit later in the show as well. So if you'd like to enter that, please just type the word Kent into the chat. Now, I've got a few videos on standby, mainly in case I need to make or take a toilet break. I am a man of a certain age, and my bladder control is not all that it once was, so you may have to bear with me from time to time. In addition to all of that, we don't have a question of the day today. We actually have a question of the hour. I've cooked up 4 questions that will run for roughly an hour each, and I've set my phone alarms for that too, and I will be displaying those as we go along. And I tell you what, let me tell you exactly what the first one is. What is the scariest thing you've ever seen? I'll keep that one rolling for just now, just so you know what we're all about. There are 3 more questions to come, so please pop over and have a look when you get a moment as well. Now, where were we? Yes, one quick final point. After the first hour, I'm going to be opening up the airwaves. So if you've got a point you'd like to make and have access to a computer, webcam, and microphone, or if you have a smartphone, and let me tell you, if you do have a smartphone, let me take that off the screen for a second. If you do have a smartphone and you'd like to come on the show, please have it that way round. Not that way, but that way, because that way you'll be the same shape as me. If you'd like to come on the airwaves, after an hour, I will be opening up the airwaves. And I'll send you a link, or there'll be a link in the chat. You just click the link, fill in your name, and you'll be on screen. You'll be co-host for a wee while. Now, I'm going to throw over to the chat very quickly because there's quite a hard start to the show, as you're about to see. Graham Footy Williams is here as well. I'm going to say the next bit very quietly. Lou Khan is here, but she's hungover. So whisper it gently, people. Morning, Lou. Go and take a couple of paracetamol. Al Grisson's here as well, who is soon to be the recipient of the black version of that. And as many of you are aware, the idea is to type Kent into the chat down below. Mick Saunders has joined us as well. Lots of entries as well. Stocked up on tea, water, and several editing projects. That's the way to do it. Now, unfortunately, I have editing projects that I could be getting on with, but I've tried, and it turns out I can't speak and edit at the same time. So you crack on with what you need to do, and I'll do my very best. Yeah, we did get a notification. Peter McKenna says Facebook is crashing, so forced to use LinkedIn. When I go live, I get a notification of which of the platforms is what. All of the platforms, and I'm looking across the top of my screen. There's obviously my Demolition News Facebook, the Diggers and Dozers Facebook. On Facebook, we've also got the Demolition Discussion Group, LinkedIn, and YouTube and Twitter, all of which were lit up nicely when I pressed the go live button. And then the Facebook ones all dropped out for some reason. No idea why. We'll come back to the question of the day in a second. Can you run that Montebello video for Lou, please? She'll love it. I don't think she'd appreciate that at all. Chris Hall's just joined us as well. So, shall we crack on? I'm just going to very quickly remind you. In actual fact, let me leave it like that for a little while. Can I do an alternative version of that? There you are. That's the question of the moment. And just to be clear, I know it looks a bit like me. That's not actually me. That's an AI me that you're looking at there. These are the things I play around with when I've got nothing better to do. So, should we get this show on the road? Yeah, let's do that. So, my my first point, and this is, I'm drawing inspiration from Eddie Izzard. I went to see Eddie Izzard on his Force Majeure tour some years ago, and he walked on stage very flamboyantly, as Eddie Izzard does, and his opening line was human sacrifice. So my opening line today is the Moors murders. I'm not going to get into the Moors murders, but there is a point I'd like to make about the Moors murders. You might recall that there was one of the victims of the Moors murderers, Myra Hindley and Ian Brady, was a young boy called Keith Bennett. Ian Brady apparently confessed to having murdered Keith Bennett, but his remains were never found. I know somebody, a reporter, did claim to have found a skull a few hundred yards away from the site where the Moors murderers were burying their victims, but it was never proven to be Keith Bennett, as far as I'm aware. And when his mother, now bearing in mind the Moors murders happened way back when, and Keith Bennett's mother, Winnie Johnston, died, having never actually got to the bottom of what had happened to her son. As I say, Ian Brady had confessed to the murder. I think we all agree that he had almost certainly been murdered by two of the most evil people ever to have walked God's green earth. But there was never any actual justice. If you check back the records on the Moors murderers, they were charged with several murders, but not those, or not the one of Keith Bennett. So Winnie Johnston, his mother, who had basically suffered for decades, ended up dying and never having discovered, and to this day we don't know what happened to Keith Bennett. And I was reminded of that with the ongoing situation with the investigations at both Redcar and Didcot. And I've written a column for Monday, and obviously I'm going to be in Ireland on Monday, so I won't be here to present a show, but our weekly column will drop nonetheless. And I was looking for a suitable title, and one that I discovered, which it's a quote from somebody way back when, and I can't remember who it actually was, but the quote was, "Justice denied is justice delayed is justice denied." That's the way it was. So, in other words, if you delay it for long enough, then you are denied justice. Now, think about the families of the 4 guys that died at Didcot. 8 years come February, 8 years over. That they would have been denied justice for 8 long years. Perish the thought, but what if any of those now perish like Winnie Johnston did? What if the mothers, the aunts, the grandmothers, or whatever of the 4 guys that were killed at Didcot now die? They will go to their grave having never discovered what happened truly to their loved ones. We all know that a part of the power station came down. We all know that 4 people were killed, but we don't know how or why or anything else. And much the same again with Anne Mackay, who we had on the show earlier this week. Her husband, John, and Tommy Williams, working up at Redcar. Explosion in these ammonia scrubbers. Both of them died in the most horrific way possible. And here we are, 4 years on, exactly 4 years on, back on Tuesday, I think it was. And we have nothing to say exactly why or how they died. Justice delayed is justice denied. And I am starting to wonder now if this is an easier route for the health and safety executive or for the police forces. If somebody is stabbed in the street, you find a witness, you find the alleged perpetrator, you do your investigation, you prove that they did it, you bang them up for life. Bob's your uncle. Things like industrial accidents are a lot of hard work. Think of Didcot. They were talking about potentially sifting through and investigating and analysing something like 15,000 tonnes of fallen steel. That takes a lot of manpower, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of resources. It's hard work. And I wonder if they are actually now looking for that job. There were 2 other things that came up, and I'm going to throw over to the chat in a second to see what you're all thinking about these things. But there was 2 other things. Somebody put on a post that I put on LinkedIn, the notion that we should have a finite time for investigations. Now, I realise that's very difficult, although I think it's only difficult because we allow it to be difficult. I reported a couple of years ago that at the same time, or actually it was about a year later, about a year after Didcot happened, there was a similar accident over in Ohio in the States. And that it was a power station that collapsed. 2 men were killed. They were buried alive or buried, either way. It took a couple of weeks to get them out rather than the 6 months it took here at Didcot. And the whole thing was investigated, prosecuted, case closed in 18 months. What if we actually said to the health and safety executive or to the police force, from the point that you take primacy of this investigation, you have 18 months, 2 years, even 3 years. I mean, I think 3 years is excessive anyway, but you have 3 years. In other words, throw as many resources as you can at it to get that thing resolved. What do you think? Could we do that? Should we do that? And then there was another thing that occurred to me. And my wife does love a murder mystery on TV. And there are a lot. In actual fact, there was a TV show called Cold Case. I don't know if you remember that. I think it was an American show called Cold Case. If it transpires that the health and safety executive and the various police forces are not equipped to actually take care of these things or to investigate them and prosecute them in sufficient time, could we not employ the work of an outside agency to bring these things to fruition? Could we? Should we? I know, obviously, we're talking about 6 families here, 4 at Didcot, 2 at Redcar, who I'm sure would still love to get answers. Let's have a look and see what the chat is saying. Let's have a look. In actual fact, the questions of the day are, well, for the question of the hour, actually. Okay, so Al Grierson, what is the scariest thing you've ever seen? My tumour in a CT scan many years ago. Good grief. Otherwise, probably a bunch of scenes from various Japanese horror movies. Yeah, I'm kind of going with the movie thing as well. I have to be honest. There's Chris Ford to say good morning, everyone. Facebook is updated, and some people are having difficulty viewing videos on the platform. Thank you for that, Facebook. It's only the day that we're trying to do a marathon show. Jim Turner, the question of the day. The missus bringing me the phone crying when the hospital rang with my scan results. Anything to do with health scares me as it's out of my control. Anything else in life I feel in control and able to win at. It's a good point. It is a good point. I kind of went the other way, actually, when I had my burst appendix. I held out for 8 days before I finally gave in and went to hospital, which is a stupid thing to do. I'm not saying it because I'm brave. I'm saying it because I'm stupid. I held out for 8 days, and when I finally got to the hospital, we were met at the door of the accident emergency department by the crash team, and they quietly whispered to my wife, if he makes it through the next 24 hours, if, no guarantees, but if. And I do remember being laid on a bed and being surrounded by nurses and thinking, they've got this now. I don't, there's nothing I can do now. They've got this. And I actually found that quite reassuring. But I take your point, Jim. Mick Saunders says, I spent some time in Pentonville years ago, ended up on what was known as Holloway Party, helping the plumbers. This bloke called Bill said one day, look in that cell. I did. I'll never forget the face I saw. Myra Hindley. Myra Hindley. Can you imagine coming face to face with Myra Hindley? Yeah, I don't envy you that one, Mick. That really is a bad one. Now, this one really did hit home for me, and not the circumstances, but I'll come back. Saw a lad killed after entering a trichloroethylene tank unaided. He had breathing apparatus on, but should have had a 3-man team, one to lock off the tank, one as a lookout, and one on the dead man's lift in the event of an emergency. He turned off the valve, locked it, but left the key in said lock, lowered the ladder, and proceeded into said tank. A process worker saw the key in the lock, thinking someone had forgot to take the lock off, removed it and opened the valve, which flooded the tank. And unfortunately, that's where the message here runs out. I can imagine how that turns out. And I wouldn't say it was one of the scariest things I've seen, but one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was driving over to North London, and I'm a very, very much a creature of habit. And because I grew up in South London, I know that part of London. So rather than going around the M25, I thought I'll go straight through, and I know my way. And I was at the Elephant and Castle, which I'm sure many of you will know. I was at the Elephant and Castle. There'd been a motorcycle accident, and as I was pulling alongside the ambulance, I actually saw a guy being loaded into a body bag. I turned around and I drove back home. Really, really freaked me out. I listen, Lou. I thought I'd ease us in. Yes, this is cheerful. I thought I'd ease us in. But I do wonder if anybody else, and I know we've done a bit of a detour there with all things Moore's murderers and stuff, but I wonder if anybody else is asking these questions. Using Didcot as an example, on the day after Didcot, David Cameron got to his feet in the House of Commons, and he spoke about Didcot and about the fact that there were men missing, presumed dead, and about the bravery of the first responders, the police and the ambulance and the fire service and all of that kind of thing. I think it was raised in the House the day after, and yet here we are, come the 22nd of February, it will be 8 years. 8 years. And it seems like MPs have forgotten about it. It seems like the police have largely forgotten about it. It seems like the health and safety executive would like to forget about it. And I understand this, and I do wonder if this is another source of discussion. The police, you would have to think the police have probably got quite a lot on their plate with murders and rapes and burglaries and car thefts and drug deals and all of the stuff they have to deal with day in, day out. And then somewhere along the line, someone says, here's an industrial accident, 4 people have died, you need to investigate that as well. And you're going to be investigating in an environment that you've never encountered before. You're going to be dealing with processes that you've never encountered before. Are the police really the best people to do that? Chris Ford says, on a lighter note, I looked in the mirror this morning and thought, who's that? I do that quite a bit. Yeah, I go to, we have an ensuite bathroom. I go through the door and there's a mirror right in front of us. And I always think, or I kind of expect, that when I go through the door, there will be like a 21-year-old me with long hair, no facial hair, slim, and I know what I find looking back at me is an old geezer. I didn't expect that. Nobody signed up for that. Now that's a bit of a worry. Let me just have a very quick look at this because I need to have a look. No, it's okay. I've just had a notification that my flight for Monday is going to be problematic. Turns out it's not. Morning, says my other half. It's afternoon here. Yeah, she's 2 hours ahead. She's over in Greece at the moment, and as you can see, she's got sunshine and she's probably got a glass of wine as well. Morning, Ruth. And I'm wearing your t-shirt, just to let you know. Welcome to the shit show. Yes, welcome to the shit show indeed. So let me raise the question. Are the police force really the best people to be investigating? And there's Lou Carney and my wife were old schoolmates, so there you are. See, here's where we learn about the audience. I used to be a goth when I was younger, says Peter McKenna. Once a goth, always a goth, I say. Do you know, this is going to be the tone of today. It's going to go off at all kind of tangents. I got into a bit of a, what do they call it? A doom scroll on YouTube about 2 months ago. And I was going back. I listened to a lot of 80s music because I like 80s music. And I got into a bit of a Cure moment. Has anybody listened to a song called Plain Song by The Cure? I think it came out late 80s, so about 88, 89. And it is magnificent. Magnificent. And I know they're often tied in with the whole goth thing. Honestly, it is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And there's Gary Muirhead saying good morning to my wife. My other half. No change, Peter. No change. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Ruth. Oh, she's taking over the show. Much as she takes over my life, to be honest. P.S. Chris says, I've had a shave, so the snot has disappeared. So no picture for a day or two. I'm quite pleased about that. So you must know the band called Fields and of the Nephilim. Yeah, I do remember them. I used to be an undertaker in a Western show team that raised a fortune for charity. Wow, how do you end up doing that? How do you? I see in my head now. I don't see undertakers in the same way anymore. My son back in the day was a big wrestling fan. When I think of the Undertaker now, I think of somebody of about 6'7" tall, all in black. That's where I go with undertakers. So yes, I'm getting no feedback on the Moors murders. I'm getting no feedback whatsoever on whether the police or the HSE are fit for purpose. But I would like you to pick up on that. I'm going to go back to the question of the day, or question of the hour, should I say. What is the scariest thing you've ever seen? Really would like to get your thoughts on that. Now, should we have a video? I think we probably should. Let me take that off the screen. Let me get to the right part of the deal, shall we? You will have known, or you will know, I would guess, that there are now... Hang on a minute. Graham Footy Williams carrying organs, kidneys, lungs, hearts on board my motorcycle with flashing lights going, we're not used to be a three-wheeler carrying blood across the country. I mean, admirable. I like the idea of carrying kidneys and lungs, particularly as I know somebody that's had a lung transplant. I also know somebody that's had a heart transplant as well. So fair play to you on that. Not sure I'd want to be doing it for a living. I get nervous enough if I'm carrying children in the car, let alone potentially life-saving organs. But yeah, fair play to you, Graham. Yes, I was going to. There you are, Mick Saunders. Mick and I, although we are at fierce odds when it comes to football, we are certainly of one mind when it comes to Didcot. After nearly 8 years, I think you've answered that question, Mark. No, they are not. The police and the HSE, I think, have let the families down and let the industry down as well. I will come back to the video in a second, but here's another point, and I can't remember if I've said this before. I don't know if I said it publicly, but I've certainly said it privately. Over the past month or so, and I think there's one more to come, the National Federation of Demolition Contractors has been hosting a series of what I think they're calling them planning masterclasses. I don't know quite what makes the NFDC believe that they are masters at planning, but that's a whole other story. But they've been doing these seminars. They did the first one up in the northeast. I think they actually did it at the Komatsu factory up in Berkeley. They've done another one in Birmingham. I think that was last week, and then they're doing another one in London in about a week's time or thereabouts. And they're doing it in conjunction with the Health and Safety Executive. Now, if they're doing that, if this planning masterclass actually helps to promote safety and makes people more aware of, the health and safety things that you need to worry about when it comes to demolition, I'm all for it. I'm absolutely all for it. But bearing in mind, the Health and Safety Executive have completely failed to deliver any answers on Didcot or Redcar. Would you really want to be cozying up to them? If you were the NFDC, now bearing in mind, Didcot, the project was being overseen by Coleman and Company, an NFDC member company, and Redcar was being done by John F. Hunt, an NFDC member company. So if bearing in mind the HSE has failed the families of your member companies, would you really, really want to be cozying up to them? Personally, no. Mick Saunders says, do you really think the HSE are going to listen to the NFDC? No. And I think demolition-wise, I think that's one of the big problems we have at the moment, is the fact that we don't actually have a voice any longer in the demolition industry. There was a time, I've said it before, there was a time when the NFDC had their own pet MPs. They had some tame MPs that they would invite along to their AGMs and regional meetings and whatever. And if there was a piece of legislation about to be passed that might negatively impact the demolition industry, they would go to that pet MP, present their case, and then hopefully that pet MP would go back to the House of Commons and present their case and stand and fight their corner for them. That's the way it used to be. Now, I don't believe they have that. I know they had an MP opening their new Resurgam House headquarters, but they don't have that. And I think furthermore, the NFDC has shrunk to the point where even if they did have a pet MP, is anybody going to stand up in the House of Commons and fight the cause for 130 people? I don't believe so. I'm going to go for Pasaje. Looks Spanish. Pasaje del Terror, which is an interactive and horror experience with live actors. I was bloody terrified. So much so, I left the kids in there and ran out screaming. Well done on the parenting, Lou. Well done on that. Yeah, we took our kids to an interactive thing where we went into a cave down in Devon, and the whole idea, they had actors as well, and the whole idea of that was that you were traveling back in time. So you started out seeing people from a century ago, and by the time you'd gone past the Romans, you ended up with cavemen. And my eldest son Ollie absolutely freaked out. He was so terrified he actually vomited in the place. We stuck with it. We made of sterner stuff. Peter McKenna says the undertakers in old Western days were con men. They only had one coffin. They used to bury people in the dark of night, used to dig said grave, back up, loot the corpse, and use the coffin the next day for another funeral. I heard a thing, and I'm not going to tell you which religion it is because I don't want to be cancelled. I went to a cemetery I live in Stoneleigh, and about, I don't know, 3 miles away is the town of Morden. It's the end of the Northern Line coming out this way. There's a very big cemetery there. And back in the day when I was doing the PR for Kubota, they'd sold a modified Kubota mini excavator that could do, it could dig a grave, but not just dig 6 foot deep. They're not 6 foot deep anymore. They are actually deeper than that, so they can stack coffins. That's a whole other story. But they could do like so they could dig a square bottom, square sides down to, I think it was 8 feet or something like that. So it was basically a long reach Kubota. And I went along and I took some photographs, spoke to the guy that was driving about the specific challenges. It had to be narrow to get between other graves, the whole thing. And he was telling me that there was a religion, and I'm fairly sure it was like an African religion, where they specifically do not do coffins. But in the UK, coffins are a requirement. So apparently there was this big thing going on with a certain African community, and I don't know which. We've just hit a new record high, by the way. There was a certain African community where if one of theirs was being buried, they would arrive in the hearse with the coffin, and then the whole family would huddle round and make sure that the grave was covered. They'd open the coffin, tip in the body, and start filling in the hole. Apparently that was quite a big deal. Who knew? Mick Saunders says, my second wife was an undertaker in East Street. The look alone when she had the ump was enough. When she had the ump, I can believe it. Does anyone know? That was a big thing in my house. Look out, your mother's got the ump. And it was always UMP. It was never had an H on it. Got the ump. My now adult kids question my parenting skills too. Yeah, I think mine do exactly the same, actually. Peter McKenna says, sorry, not trying to detract from the seriousness of the question posed. Accident investigators from the constabularies are highly skilled operatives from many diverse backgrounds, so probably more skilled than most people think. I don't doubt that for one moment. But going back, let's go back to Redcar. So Redcar was taking down these ammonia scrubbers. Okay, so first and foremost, I don't suppose that many demolition contractors get to demolish or dismantle ammonia scrubbers on a daily basis. I wouldn't say it's a once in a lifetime, but within the demolition industry, without teaching granny to suck eggs, within the demolition industry, you have certain specialisms. There are certain companies, name one, let's say Armac. Armac are brilliant at doing bridges. I would put them up against anyone in the world. If you need a bridge taking down, phone Adrian or Noel McLean. They'll see you right. They are brilliant at bridges. When it comes to power stations, you look to Brown and Mason, you look to Erith, because they are very, very good at these sort of things. Industrial plants like this, now there are certain companies they do have a reputation for their prowess in industrial and petrochemical and that kind of thing. I'm thinking JPV Demolition up in the Wirral or thereabouts. But for most demolition contractors, they are not likely to encounter something like an ammonia scrubber because, we are now dealing with fairly recent past of our nation's industrial history. So first and foremost, the demolition contractor themselves are probably not particularly well equipped to deal with an ammonia scrubber. So they will have to go away and do their research. They may have to buy in certain expertise, people that have done it before, and that kind of thing. So, but they do that. They absolutely do that, and that's how they do some of these jobs as safely as they do. But the way that demolition is let, I mean, something like the Redcar Works or the former Teesworks site, because it's being turned into so many different things. There's a gigafactory and there's a wind farm, blade factory going up there, and all sorts of things. So the client that actually allocated the work of taking down those ammonia scrubbers has probably never even seen an ammonia scrubber. So as the client, you put that job out to tender, and you have 5, 10, 20 tenders arrive on your desk and say to you, yes, we will do it in this way, we'll do it for this way, we'll do it that way, and we'll charge this much, and we'll charge this much, and we'll charge that much, and we'll take this long, and you'll take that long, and you take that long. And they have to sift through that, but they're sifting through that based on pieces of paper, not any foresight on what an ammonia scrubber is, what it used to contain, and what is likely to happen to it should it end up being demolished or dismantled. Now, the methodology presented by John F. Hunt, as far as I know, is perfectly legit. It was accepted. So in that respect, I guess it's perfectly legit. So that was accepted. But they chose to take down those ammonia scrubbers using hot works, and they did so at the lowest price, 99,000 quid. Whereas at the other end, 339,000 quid, I think it was Technical Demolition Services, who wanted to use cold cutting techniques. So my question is, are clients, particularly on a project of that nature, are clients, as Peter McKenna has said there, are they highly skilled operatives from many diverse backgrounds? Are they equipped to make those choices? Now, I'm going to put this one up. Yadanapudi Girish Lakshmi Nath. That's a fantastic name. I can't say it, but he says, "Hi, looking cool, uncle." Get me looking cool. I mean, I'm not his uncle. Not looking that cool either. But thank you for that. You just made my morning. Gary Muirhead says, question of the hour. When working on a railway years ago, we were told to stand down and let another train pass. At 3 a.m. in the dark, you see lights coming towards you at speed. I swear he was on the same line. Oh, yeah, that really would freak me out. As it is still within the first hour, I will throw this back up. I snuck in to see the movie Jaws. I think I was 13 at the time. There used to be an Odeon cinema in Sutton, where I used to live when I was growing up. Excuse me. And I managed to snuck in. Listen, if you're of a certain age, you never paid to go to the cinema. You always snuck in one way or another. And I wasn't. Legally I wasn't permitted to see Jaws, but we snuck in, and me and a couple of my mates and we went to see Jaws. And I personally, it wasn't just scary. And listen, I know we all look back at it now, and all the rubber sharks, not particularly realistic, but it didn't just scare me. Jaws actually scarred me to the point where I only learned to swim when I was about 18. So that wasn't, and bearing in mind I've been fishing since I was about 5, so that's probably not a good start. So terrified of sharks, terrified of water anyway, but it sent me down this path. So I actually bought books on genuine shark attacks, and I'll come back to one tiny story in just a second. So yes, I really started to have an irrational fear. Bearing in mind, I live in a city. I'm not likely to encounter too many sharks. But first holiday I went on as an adult on my own with my best mate. I was 17 years old, so it would have been 1982, and we flew off to Spain. And we were laying on the beach one afternoon and watching the world go by. When I say the world, I mean the topless ladies go by. And out in the distance, I guess maybe 100 yards offshore, there was a buoy attached to a chain. And we decided for something to do, we'll swim out. We'll swim out to the buoy, which we did. Quite a long way, but we swam out there. And the two of us were hanging on to this buoy, and there was a chain that kind of spiraled off into the deep. And at a certain depth, it kind of disappeared from view. Not that the sea wasn't, the sea was very clear, but at a certain point, it just faded off. And the first thing that went through my head was, I can't see what's down there. And I swam back to shore. I mean, genuinely, so fast, barely taking a breath, because I was so sure there was something lurking down there. That's some scary stuff. After seeing how scary movies are created, they no longer faze me. Wish I hadn't been as inquisitive as I am now. Yeah, and do you know what? I think one of the things with this, and I've now realised today's show is going to have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with construction and demolition until I bring it back with the video in a second. I think one of the things that we've suffered from is we've seen it all now. I remember, if you think back to the very early slasher movies, and personal favourite of mine is Halloween, not least because Jamie Lee Curtis is in it. God bless Jamie Lee Curtis. You don't get to see a great deal. Obviously, Michael Myers is wandering about the place with a big bloody knife in his hand, but you don't get to see a lot. So I found it scary because you kind of fill in the blanks yourself, and your brain does the rest. And then I would have been about 19, 18, maybe 18. I took a girl to an all-night screening. It was a screening, as it happens, an all-night screening of the Friday the 13th movies. So we saw Friday the 13th 1 and 2 back to back at a cinema over in Croydon. And I'd not seen either of them. She was terrified. She hid under a coat the entire time. And the first person that is actually killed, you actually see, well, you don't see, obviously, but they get hit by an axe in the head. And then they show you the person with the axe in their head. At that point, I don't think you've got anywhere else to go. So going with Peter McKenna's there, they don't phase you anymore. All that they can do is pile on the gore, which I've never found particularly scary anyway, or they do these kind of jump scares. So there's something pops out, and once you've seen it, you kind of know where the jump scares are going to come from. And I think they've shown us too much too soon, and I don't think you can unsee that. So yeah, I can sit here and watch horror movies till the cows come home. Don't bother me in the least, because I'm kind of there is a word, I'm numbed to them. Mixona says, I emailed Howard Button a few years ago. I think I did mention this to you before. I asked why the demolition industry didn't have its own team to help the agency to help investigate accidents. We do the work. Surely out of the 6 regions of the NFDC, it could have got a team together. Never did get a reply from him. Well, maybe now is the time to try again, because obviously Howard Button is on his way out the door, and there is a new CEO in place now, Duncan Riddell. Maybe try again. But yeah, I totally agree. I think one of the issues that they've had, and I depending on my mood on the day, I blow hot and cold on this. On the one hand, I think they are being sensible in not getting involved in these things, because they don't want to be seen to be prejudicing any potential court case. But at the same time, as I say, depending on my mood, I do actually think that they are somewhat cowardly in their approach, rather than standing up and being counted like they should for the industry they purport to serve. They often don't do that. So yeah, maybe try that again, Mick. I actually think that's a good idea. Jim Turner says, coppers are obviously into finding the truth and investigating, but it's a specialised investigation where they need to work with experts in the field, and not people that are also in the same club as the contractors in question. Here's the other point. When I'm going to take this on the screen. I think we all know we're talking about scary stuff at the moment. When we get to the point where the investigation is over and done with, and we are now presenting that case in court, it's quite usual to have expert witnesses called to provide their expert testimony in demolition or construction or whatever it might be. And I mean, Terry Quarmby is an expert witness. I know he's been called in some instances. I know my mate John Woodward has done expert witness work as well. So when you get to the court case, completely not unusual, completely usual, in fact, if I'm going to be grammatically correct, completely usual for an expert to be called in to give their expert testimony. Why do we wait until we're at court for that expert testimony? Why are we not involving people from within the industry? I mean, Didcot as an example, lots and lots of rumours and speculation circulating around that. But I reckon if you put an explosive demolition expert, because they were prepping that power station boiler house for explosion, I reckon if you presented the findings, here's all the twisted metal, go take a look. I reckon explosive demolition expert would go, I can tell you how that happened in a matter of seconds. So why are we not doing that? Why do we have to wait until we get to the court case? And I will reiterate, I mean, thankfully, it worked in our favour. But at the time that Didcot came down, there were something like 25 more power stations scheduled, fossil fuel power stations scheduled to come down in the UK, and about another 1,500 around the world. The world was watching us. We were watching us as well. There could have been something, and if Coleman and Company are to be believed, they've carried out their own audit, and they believe that there is something within the accepted methodology for taking down a boiler house with a suspended boiler. There is something within the accepted methodology that led to or contributed to that accident. But because the Thames Valley Police and because the Health and Safety Executive dragged their heels, there was every possibility that somebody else or multiple other people could have died because of that heel dragging. Thankfully, we got away with it. But that's not how demolition and construction and how industry should work. It shouldn't be a case of, we got away with that one. It should be a case of, we know all the facts now. This is how we're going to progress. Let's have a look. Jim Turner says, no blame at all should be directed at the client for going with the lowest tender. That's business. The blame lay squarely with the contractor that did the job or the expert they paid to draw up their work schedule and method statement. Jim, you and I are going to part company on that one because I don't actually agree with that entirely. I am still of the belief that what the UK demolition industry needs is the successful prosecution of a client who opted for lowest price, which directly or otherwise contributed to an accident. I think at that point they start to take their responsibilities a whole lot more seriously. We haven't had it to this extreme, but there have been cases in America where fairly significant demolition contracts have been let to landscaping companies. Now, if a landscaping company turns up, attempts to take down a tower block or something like that, and the tower block falls on their head, who is to blame there? Yes, the landscaping contractor should never have bid for it, but you would have thought duty of care and diligence or due diligence, the client would have said, hang on a minute, it says Fred Blogg's Landscaping above your door. Do you know anything about demolition? You would have thought there would be that background check. And going back to the ammonia scrubbers, we're talking about very specialized industrial demolition here. Of all the projects that are let within the demolition field, you would have thought most of all that would be the one where people went, let's have a proper look at this. Let's have a proper look. It seems they didn't. Peter McKenna says, hurrah, I'm back in my comfort zone now. I don't know where that is. Wishing I'd got a better phone and internet signal where I'm missing parts of the show. Yeah, you're just missing me babbling on, to be honest, Chris. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Probably the easiest way to accelerate the investigation would be to freeze the site until the court has determined who is to blame for the accident. Once you hit them in their pocketbooks, more resources will be made available for the investigation. And I know from speaking to at least one of the families at Didcot, that was one of their issues. So the boiler house was being prepped for an explosive demolition event. Half of it came down. 4 men were killed. It took 6.5, nearly 7 months to recover 3 of the 4 bodies. At which point, no, in actual fact, before that, even before those bodies had been recovered, they sent in robots to place explosives to bring down the remainder, because they were so intent on just progress, basically getting the thing down so that they could ultimately build houses on it effectively. That was more or less the plan. That was the plan. So yeah, we failed to find the bodies of 3 men, but we're going to take down with explosives a building right beside where they are, which could well prolong their discovery anyway, because we cannot let the death of 4 men stand in the way of progress. So yeah, I'm totally on board with that. Al. Stop the job until the investigation is over and done with. Can you imagine the likes of, one of the major contractors like a Balfour Beatty or a Lang O'Rourke sat there twiddling their thumbs? They would be on at the HSE and the Thames Valley Police on an hourly basis. Come on, where's the results? Come on, we need the findings, because we've got houses to build. Let's have a look. Surely if you go with someone because they have produced the lowest quote, that should ring alarm bells, and they're using substandard methods of equipment and staff to complete the works. Not always. Not always. And I think it's worth just reiterating what we were talking about with the spread on the costs on that one. With Redcar, the lowest price was 99,000 quid, which was the winning bid. The top one was 339,000 quid. At that point, where you're talking about almost a quarter of the price, you'd have thought somebody would have gone, ooh. Either TDS, who are coming at 339,000 quid, are taking the piss, or something's got to give to get it down to a fraction of that price. I'm sure I've mentioned this before. We had our, not at this house, but our previous house, we had our back garden partially paved. And we had 4 contractors come round. And, you know, we had one who said he'd do it for, I think it was like 1,200 quid. Somebody else said they'd do it for 2,000 quid. But we had one come in at 6,000, and we had one come in at 500. And the £500 wouldn't have even covered the cost of the paving slabs. So immediately you go, that's sketchy. Either he's going to steal the paving slabs, or he's going to lay something that look like paving slabs that you didn't sneeze upon because they'll just shatter. So we went with the middle. We went with the £1,200 one, and it was perfectly fine. Surely. And bearing in mind that demolition contracts, same as construction contracts, are often led or often let rather with what they refer to as weighting. WEIGHT, so weighting of, and they put certain emphasis on things like sustainability, competence, proven track record, will you employ local people as part of your workforce, and so on down the line. But it always seems to come down to who's the cheapest. You only have to look at this carry on with the aerated concrete. It was a cheaper product, but a bit like using cheap paint, it would take more coats. I'm going to play a video in a minute because we're at 51 minutes, so that's nearly the first hour up over and done with. But this RARC thing, okay, so it's been it's been known in the industry for many a year that this RARC product was what is it? Reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete, RARC, RAAC. It's been known for years by the industry that it is a cheaper product, it's a less durable product, and apparently we've all known, I didn't personally, but apparently the industry itself has known that it had a life expectancy of about 30 years. So some of the schools that we're now dealing with were built in the 70s and the 80s. So by 30 years, turn of the century, so around about millennium time, rather than worrying about erecting big tents by the side of the Thames to celebrate the millennium, you'd have thought that somebody would have been going, you remember that concrete we used, that really light crumbly stuff? That's a problem now. It's past its sell-by date. No, we did none of that. We waited another 23 years, and a bit of school fell down, and now all of a sudden it's a major deal. And here's another point. We're at 52 and a half minutes. I'm not going to keep checking the time, but 52 and a half minutes. And I'd quite like a pee, actually. But to finish this off, so going back to the National Federation of Demolition Contractors, we've mentioned them a couple of times. I'm going to mention them again. I personally, if I were Duncan Riddell, the new CEO of the NFDC, I would have greeted the announcement of the RARC debacle with a statement that said, "We are the demolition elite. We are standing by. Just give us the word and we will go in and we will sort out your RARC problem in an afternoon." It's going to take longer than an afternoon. But who better to go in and take out bits of building that are potentially crumbly than people that deal with that kind of thing all the time? I would have done that. Have they? Has anyone seen that? I haven't. Instead of which, you've got individual contractors, and fair play to them, it is business. You've got individual contractors going out there saying, if you've got a RARC problem, come and have a word. But bearing in mind, all of this will be done government-led, you would have thought that somebody at the NFDC by now would have beaten a path to the to number 10 Downing Street or one of the other bits of Downing Street and said, you've got a problem, We've got a team of people with the expertise, the experience, and the equipment to sort that out for you. Just tell us where, just tell us when. As far as I know, that conversation has not happened. Make the government accountable for investigation in workplace accidents. Look how much money and how many resources were employed during the Twin Tower investigation. Quite right. But that's where large-scale demolition needs more planning constraints, and then only licensed demolition companies could do the work, and the method statement would need to be okayed by a governing body before work could legally start. There is a word in there. There is a word in there. Licensed. You need a license to dispose of waste. You need a license to drive a car. You need a license, believe it or not, to go fishing on a UK river or lake or canal. You do not need a license to do demolition. It is an unlicensed business. There is no such thing as a demolition license. There is an asbestos license. So if you're doing demolition, you go in with your licensed asbestos contractor, and when you finish the demolition and all of your waste is going off to be disposed of or recycled, that is done by a licensed contractor. But that bit in the middle, the dangerous bit where stuff falls on people and kills them, that's not licensed. Go figure. It's a bit like wanting to convict you because the electrical firm's electrician got killed at your house wiring a socket because he was the cheapest quote. It's a fair point. Don't forget to share the link mark for people to join the show. I will be doing that in about 5 minutes' time. Thank you for the please, if I do forget anything, please remind me. My brain is geared to doing these shows for an hour. I am planning to go for 4.5. I will forget stuff, people. So if you do think of anything I have forgotten, please let me know. I know good tradesmen that, and God knows why, are happy to plod along for the same firm, very cheap rate. Their work is second to none, but they just aren't money driven. So a cheap quote doesn't necessarily mean cowboy. No, 100%. 100%. But as I say, let's use Redcar as the benchmark here. 99,339. So as I say, either TDS were planning to take the piss or didn't want the job in the first place, or John F. Hunt were doing something far more straightforward. And should they have been doing something far more straightforward? Stephen Guthrie's just arrived. Late arrival, been at the kids' football. Priorities right, Stephen. Well done. Good morning, everyone. Yes, good morning indeed. Now, I did say that I would be playing a video, and I think I should play a video. And I think it's one that will trigger some conversation, actually. So what say we have a look at all things related to HS2. I've already mentioned it very quickly, but I'll mention it properly again. I tell you what, let me throw this up first of all.
If you are enjoying this episode, please consider supporting the show. You can leave us a tip at buymeacoffee.com/demolition news.
Yes, buymeacoffee.com/demolition news. Peter McKenna, I will get to this bloody video in a minute. And after an argument with a supposed plant training company on Facebook, you don't legally need a license to drive or operate any item or plant on site. CPCS and NPAWS is the biggest con known to man. I don't think you'll see any argument with that. So Peter McKenna says, good morning to Stephen. So HS2, it's been in the news since it gained royal. Well, it was in the news even before it gained royal assent. It's been through various machinations. Should it go all the way north? Should it not? Should it extend to Euston? Should it not? And so on down the line. And in the way that seems to be the norm for the Tories, they were all for it until it started to get hard. And at that point, they decided, actually, do we really want to be a part of this? So I'm going to play you a video now, just as soon as I can find it on my computer. Bear with me 2 seconds.
Speed 2 Railway, HS2, was supposed to transform the lives of millions of Britons by dramatically reducing travel time and creating tens of thousands of short and long-term jobs while improving commercial activities from London to Birmingham and further north to Leeds and Manchester via a 530 kilometers long comprehensive network with trains traveling as fast as 360 kilometers per hour. At first, the mega project plans seemed fancy and a blessing for commuters. It was meant to enhance connectivity, dramatically reduce travel time, and reshape the vast heart of Britain. Even the initial cost estimates sounded feasible at around £31 billion. But as all mega projects in the UK go, it was hit with endless delays, constant design changes, budget overruns, and protests. It was supposed to be a smooth sailing process, but now it is estimated to cost, if completed as originally planned, around £106 billion and as much as £150 billion. This fantastic dream has simply become a nightmare, and the project has been red rated, which means it is unachievable and a waste of money, and thus has to be scaled back with most of it scrapped. Why is HS2 being built? How far has the construction come so far, and at what cost? And why is it being scrapped even though parts of it are already built? HS2 is partially completed and, like everything in Britain, has been debated and researched to death since 2008. The government probably spent tens of millions of pounds on consultations, assessments, and you name it. And of course, the busy, friendly, ambitious politicians were busy politicizing the issue and using it for election gigs and their feuds. But to be fair, Partygate got more attention since it is more important than fixing the economy. This may sound harsh to some, but let's be honest. If important infrastructure issues were not politicized and instead resolved in quick referendums, this project would have been achieved at less than £30 billion. It just became another white elephant implemented through patchwork and rather satirical dramas. Needless to say, it is no different than Hinkley Point C nuclear power plant, which is a disaster in the making in terms of future energy prices. We did a video about Point C reactor, so feel free to check it out, which would help you understand our point of view. Anyway, we like mega projects. They are good for the economy and innovation and create new generations with advanced skills that can lead British firms to export expertise and obtain lucrative projects in the international market. Anyway, according to original plans, at the southern end of the HS2, the line will terminate at London's Euston Station, while the other terminal will be Birmingham's Curzon Street Station and Manchester Piccadilly Station. In addition to these stations, the dedicated track will serve Old Oak Common in West London, Birmingham Interchange, East Midlands Parkway south of Nottingham, Crewe, and Manchester Airport. Several junctions were also planned for trains to progress onto the existing West Coast Main Line and Midland Main Line to reach towns and cities in Scotland, northwest and northeast England, and the West and East Midlands. HS2 is designed to address three key problems facing Britain. It will add vital capacity to the existing rail network by taking long-distance trains off it, creating thousands of extra seats and space for more local, commuter, and freight services. It is also destined to encourage businesses to no longer concentrate in London and the Southeast and to establish themselves in the Midlands and North. Of course, it will also ease the overcrowded train services on the West Coast Main Line, which is the busiest in Europe since it unites the capitals of Britain and Scotland with some of the nation's most important regional economies. This means the HS2 should serve as a catalyst for growth in the Midlands and North and open up new employment and leisure opportunities for millions of people. Mind you that, as far as we can tell, the government has exhausted all possible and feasible solutions to resolve the bottlenecks and other issues plaguing the West Coast Main Line, and only the HS2 can put an end to the problems once and for all. And as you probably guessed, it will contribute to less CO2 emissions, thus further advancing the nation towards net zero carbon by 2050. In a nutshell, it is about the economy, jobs, fewer cars, lorries and planes, travel time reduction, and commuter comfort. Do not bring your hopes up, we said in the original plans, and supposed to. As of recently, this magic bullet train is almost certainly cancelled. Well, except for the parts that have been completed. In October 2018, demolition began on the former carriage sheds at Euston Station. This allowed the start of construction at the throat of the station at Mornington Street Bridge and twin-bore 13-kilometer tunnels to West Ruislip. In January 2019, the taxi rank at Euston was moved to a temporary site at the front of the station so that demolition of the 1 Euston Square and Grant Thornton House tower blocks could commence. In September 2020, the civil engineering aspect of the construction of Phase 1 began with preparation work including over 8,000 boreholes for ground investigation. In June 2020, workers finished the demolition of the western ramp and canopy of the Euston Station. In March 2023, the government postponed works on Euston Station, saying that this was necessary to manage inflationary pressures and work on an affordable design for the station. This led services between Birmingham and Old Oak Common to be prioritized, with the Elizabeth line providing passenger transfer between Old Oak Common and central London until at least 2035, which is the earliest time at which Euston would be available under the new plans. Construction of the Old Oak Common station began in June 2021, and 4 months later, the TBM Dorothy was launched, tunneling under Long Itchington Wood. In April 2023, work on the tunnels linking Old Oak Common to Euston was deferred and the tunnel boring was rescheduled to start in summer 2025. In May 2021, tunneling of the 16-kilometer Chiltern tunnels began with TBM Florence, moving at a speed of up to 15 meters per day. The second TBM, Cecilia, was launched in July 2021. In February 2023, it was announced that the halfway point of the excavation had been reached. In May 2022, work began on the 3.4-kilometer long Colne Valley Viaduct Ridge to carry the line over the Colne Valley Regional Park in Hillingdon, West London. The viaduct is situated between the Northolt and Chiltern tunnels. In October 2022, TBM Sushila, the first of 4 TBMs to be used on the Northolt tunnels, was launched from the West Ruislip portal. Much of these works, among a few others, have been completed or are scheduled to be completed in 2025 at the latest. However, it is not clear how much the cost is to this date. As of September 2023, things look quite gloomy for the HS2, as the government is leaning towards cutting costs via slower and less regular service, linking fewer locations, among other things. Mind you, there are rumors the whole project might be scrapped. It is also widely expected that the services offered will not be extended to central London. Mind you, if there was not so much political bickering and other nonsense since 2009, and funding was allocated with a binding deal with a construction giant, the HS2 would be running today at full capacity. But now it is official, problems with the first 2 phases, from London to Birmingham and then to Crewe, do not appear to be resolvable. The government's infrastructure watchdog, IPA, said that the project is not deliverable in its current form after the group analyzed plans for the construction of the first 2 phases. The truth is, there is nothing wrong with the HS2 mega project, but it was mismanaged by the current and former governments since 2009 and turned into a satirical fiasco about non-existent engineering and rather overstated inflation issues.
HS2, or possible white elephant as we know it. Now, we've had a lot of comments on that in the chat, and I will throw those up in just a second. But it struck me, it reminded me, and I literally thought of this about 5 minutes before I came on here this morning. We're talking about here about a railway linking London to Birmingham, 150, 160 miles or thereabouts, and then on up to Manchester, so another 100 miles. Let's say 250 miles all up. We're talking about a railway on the ground of 250 miles in length that we are pussyfooting and fannying about with. I'll come back to the chat in just a second, but this is what it reminded me of. We have qualms about building a 250-mile railway and this.
But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills.
We choose to go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard. We choose not to go to Manchester Piccadilly because it's quite tough. There we are. That pretty much sums that up. And I'll hop on over to the chat and see. Let's have a look, see what people are saying about HS2. And there's one that really stands out for me. Peter McKenna, first of all, says, I've live updates on YouTube for HS2. Some of the footage is amazing. Yeah, it's an amazing feat. And I think one of the things, I will go over to your chat in just a second. One of the things that we need to be aware of is HS2 is not being built for us. Not being built for us. It's being built for our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. It is a legacy project. And I, because it's an easy comparison to draw, the London Underground, which still serves Londoners superbly. It's a bit smelly, it's a bit noisy, it's very, very hot in the winter, but it still moves people about the nation's capital very, very well indeed. And that was built in Victorian times, not because the Victorians needed it, not because the Victorian streets were filled with cars, but because they had the bloody foresight to say, do you know, this could come in handy in 100 years' time, and look at where we are now. Look at major infrastructure failures worldwide. Some transport connections have taken years over their estimated build dates and way, way over budget. Not much like what will happen with HS2 here in the UK. Here's the point. This is the one that really stood out for me. Gary Muirhead. Morning, Gary. When was the last time you heard of a UK project being delivered on time and on budget? Yeah. Think about all of the major roads. Think about all of the major stadiums that have been built. Think about the London 2012 Olympics. Think about all of these things. And HS2. If I decided tomorrow morning that I wanted to get a brick wall built outside my drive, I don't know, 7 bricks tall, bit of a fancy topping on it, put it out to tender-ish, and a company came along and said, yeah, we can have that done. It'll cost you £2,500 and we'll have it done in a fortnight. Happy days. If they came back after 6 weeks, having not finished it, and telling me that it was now £5,000, you can probably imagine the answer they would get. And it would not be, yes, crack on, the British taxpayer will pay it. No. And why is it that we can impose restrictions on bits of the industry? So, for example, I've already mentioned Armac Demolition here once today, and I'm going to mention them again because I'm a fan. Armac Demolition, they do a lot of bridge demolition. So they take down a bridge over a motorway or over a railway, and they are given a weekend possession to do that. So starting at 12 o'clock midnight on a Friday night, and they've got to get that open again for Monday morning. And if they don't, they face financial penalties that would make your head spin, which is precisely why they go all guns blazing. They don't just have a team, they have a backup team. They cover every eventuality. So why is something like an HS2 different? Why do we pussyfoot? Why do we allow contractors to just pile cost upon cost? Now, I realise that inflation will have had an impact. I realise in the midst of the construction of what we've got of HS2 so far, we've had inflationary pressures, we've had wage increases, we've had fuel energy crises, we've had materials cost increases, and so on. Now, I understand all of that. Do people not factor that in? Do you not have a bit of a plus or minus? Do you not? I don't even know where this analogy is coming from, but imagine you're going on holiday for a week, and you look at the prices in the location that you're going to. Let's say you're going to Italy. Decent lunch in Italy, it's going to cost you about 10, 15 quid. Decent dinner in Italy is going to cost you about 20 quid, thereabouts. So you're going to allow yourself maybe 50 quid a day for food, just to be on the safe side. But you don't take £50, you take 75 or £100 a day. You take 500 quid for the week. And because that will be, we might decide to go for the expensive option one night. We might have the lobster. We might have the expensive bottle of wine, in which case you've already allowed for that. We've got people letting multi-billion-pound projects here who apparently don't do that. How much would it be? Oh, it'll be £2 billion. £2 billion. Fantastic. Not a penny more? No, not a penny more. How long will it take you? Oh, 10 years. Fantastic. £2 billion and 10 years. Yes. So how are we getting on? Well, it's 3 billion now, and it's going to take 15 years. What the hell? Jim Turner says, as I've said since the ball started rolling for anything north of the Midlands, it'll be a government land grab. Interesting take on this. But they'll use the land they grabbed at a vastly reduced rate for building industrial, commercial and housing developments to kickstart the economy. Just a big smash and grab. You read it here first. Jim, if that comes to fruition, and I frankly wouldn't be at all surprised if it did, I should be pushing you forward as construction minister. The government aren't bothered about the north of England. Everything stops at Watford, doesn't it? It does appear to. Yeah, but bearing in mind, I mean, you heard on the video there. But by the way, I apologise for the. I think that's an AI announcer on those videos. I apologise for the pronunciation of rice slip, people. There were three aims of HS2 when it was first proposed. The most important was an increase in capacity, which would then basically facilitate one of the others, to take the concentration of jobs and employment and economy away from London. So in other words, multiple governments have mentioned this idea of a northern powerhouse, which is precisely why the BBC is now located in Salford Quays. The idea was to split some of the UK's economy and money making away from its current London-centric way of doing things. That was precisely one of the reasons that it was being built. And now, apparently, we're looking at it going, nah, Manchester will be all right. It'll be fine. You can travel from Old Oak Common to Birmingham very, very quickly on some sexy new trains that go at 350 kilometres an hour, which will be fantastic. But if you want to go to Manchester Piccadilly, it'll be a horse and cart. Is that okay? Yes, absolutely. Money is digital nowadays. Easy to add a couple of zeros. Why don't they? I think they have. Traffic Council, White Elephant, what do they do with it? Good question. Should have put the money into opening up branch lines across the country to get lorries off the roads. Yes. Having been out and about this week, far too many lorries doing silly things in the pouring rain. Therefore, easing congestions, both of which would benefit the environment. People and goods will be able to get around the country easier and quicker in a more environmentally friendly way. Jim Turner gets my vote as construction minister. How much money have they lost with ULEZ, with the non-compliant signs debacle? They are having to refund fines left, right and centre. Good. I hope it breaks them. Mick Norton says there is no doubt that lowest cost tendering is a contributory factor compromising either the safety of the construction process or the actual site costing lives, which is back to our previous hour. Now, speaking of our previous hour, couple of things. We now have a new question of the day. question of the hour, should I say, which is that. Would you prefer to work on a big site or a small site? Would you like to work on an HS2 or a Hinkley Point? And speaking of Hinkley Point, we're going there at some point in this show. Would you like to work on one of those, or are you quite happy, quite local, little house building site where you can keep yourself to yourself? Let me know. Would you prefer to work on a big site or a little site? Peter McKenna says, they couldn't do that, Jim. The lines are full of passengers as it is. The network isn't big enough for enough rail freight to take the trucks off the road. They are at full capacity now, he says. Al Grierson says, HS2 should have been built when it was first planned in the 1980s. Thanks to Thatcherism, you have deferred investment in infrastructure that is ruinous. Yes. And listen, we have form in this area. It is said that the M25, which was basically filled to capacity the day that it fully opened, they opened it in sections. For those that don't know, at the M25, because we do have viewers outside the UK, M25 is a motorway that encircles the whole of London, and they opened it in sections. But it was built based upon traffic demand statistics from the 1960s, and it was finally opened in the late 1980s. So by that time, where we might have families with one or possibly no cars, we suddenly had families with two or more cars. And no great surprise, they needed somewhere to drive their cars to get from one side of London to another. So as a result, from the day it opened, it was filled to capacity, because as deferred investment in infrastructure is ruinous, as Al Grierson says. 100% agree. After an earthquake, China can rebuild a devastated road network in days or weeks. The same task in the UK can take months or even years. Yeah, I mean, how is it that HS2 is supposed to take so long? Bearing in mind, with, as Jim mentioned, compulsory purchase orders, they've effectively got more or less a straight line from London to Birmingham for the first bit, where they could just go, just dig and cement and concrete and tunnel and bore and things. Straight line. Now, I know the tunnel boring machines themselves are, what are they moving at 15 meters a day? I realise that's not particularly quick, but the bits outside the tunnels, i.e. in the open air, that's not a problem. Why is it taking years and years? We're only talking about a 250 mile, 150 mile, 160 mile. How long did it take for the M1 to be built? The M1's longer than HS2. How long did that take? Bearing in mind the lack of technology, the fact that we had largely manpower rather than machine power. How long did that take? If anyone knows, I'd love to hear from you. We used to move coal around the country to be burnt in boilers. Now we don't, and they tell you they're full to capacity. But the railway isn't run efficiently anymore. That's why they say they can't take any more freight or people. It's a lack of efficiency, not a lack of track. Yeah, and whatever happened, I go fishing. I go fishing on canals. I like fishing on canals, and I see people pootling about on boats, narrow boats, leisure boats. I honestly cannot remember the last time I saw a narrow boat dedicated to moving materials about. That's a lie. I was on an R. Collard site over in West London using the Grand Union Canal. They were actually taking waste from a demolition project, loading it onto barges and taking it away because it was cheaper, easier, and more efficient because there were no queues on the canals. Much more sensible. Why do we not do that more? Dan Cullen has just arrived. Morning, Dan. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. The M1 motorway was built on time and within budget. How long was that? I'd be fascinated to know. And that happened in the days when there was no machine tickets, CSCS cards, or PPE. Yes, it was done by a whole heap of Irish, and I don't mean that in a demeaning way. In actual fact, heroic. It was done by a bunch of Irish navvies with pickaxes and shovels, and they built that motorway, which I still use today. I've been in transport all my life: trains, trucks, and automobiles. Name of a film, isn't it? The transport industry has been rallying for years to get more road into rail, but get knocked back at every hurdle due to lack of capacity on the railways, says Peter McKenna. Excuse me 1 second while I clear my throat. Much better. Peter McKenna has just said good morning to Dan Cullen. Jim Turner, more tax to be made from taxation of commercial vehicles and trains. That's why governments haven't gone for it. The insight on this show never ceases to amaze. Let's have a look. The bigger site, the more opportunities for work. That goes back to the current question of the hour. Would you prefer to work on a big or small site? Personally, I mean, I don't do site work, but personally, I think I'd be erring towards a small site where you get to know everybody and, you know, you get the camaraderie. I can't imagine there's a huge amount of camaraderie on something like Hinkley Point, where you've got thousands of guys all moving about the place at any given time. Love to know. Jim, Luke Harley says, 100% Jim, open up local stations again. Housing in the area would increase in value and make the villages and little towns thrive. It would indeed. As I hurtled through space, Mick Norton says, one thought kept crossing my mind. Every part of this rocket was supplied by the lowest bidder. That's John Glenn, which kind of goes against everything that I've been saying about low bidders, but it's a good point, well made. Question of the day or question of the hour, whichever pays the most. But money aside, definitely a small site where we get listened to and we can get cracked on and get work done. That's my feeling. Yeah, that is my feeling. And I think because they are more in the public glare, projects like Hinkley Point and HS2, I think they must be an absolute bureaucratic and logistical nightmare. I would imagine you probably need to fill in a form to go for your morning pee. I reckon they are seriously hard work. Let's have a look. Some sections of the M25 are 8-lane sections. That are now over capacity. And if you think there were sections of the original M25 that were built with 2 lanes. 2 lanes for a major international capital. 2 lanes. Question of the day: small site all day long. You've got a good idea of what everyone else is doing when and if it's run properly. In my eyes, a lot safer. Chris Ford, you and I are of one mind. Gray and Footy Williams taking waste away. When they were building the tunnel in London, they put it on barges, sent it because that way they could put more barges on the Thames. Yes, absolutely right. And there is still a very big waste recycling site, sort of roughly Wapping Way, I think. I can't remember exactly where it is, but it's down that way. Efficiency is dependent upon track. Many UK main lines are already at maximum capacity. Express trains, commuter trains, goods trains will quickly fill up, even with enough sidings to allow direct trains to overtake. That's Al Grierson. The whole motorway is officially completed in 1999 when the Leeds to Hook Moor stretch was finished. Total cost was around £26 million. It took a full 40 years to finish the road, which has 47 junctions. Didn't realise it took that long. Question of the hour. QOTH, yeah, question of the hour. Big sites. I worked on the total gas plant on the Shetland Island, costing $3.8 billion. Amazing project. I'm very proud to say I was part of it. Swings and roundabouts. Now, I did say, and I did promise that I was going to open up the airwaves, and I'm about to do that very thing. If you have a look over in the chat, there, you will see you are now free to join in. You can, if you've got a smartphone or a computer with a webcam and a microphone, you can pop up into the green room, and I'll grant you access if you would like to be part of the show. I do think we also need to remind you, it's going across the bottom of the screen, but I don't think we've had too many entries, actually. Yeah, we've only had 5 entries. Should we do a draw at 5 entries? That seems a bit low to me. Please, somebody, people, start typing the word Kent into the chat, would you? I'd like to get it to double figures before we actually draw it, because it is a very smart mug. There's what have you got in there? There's a couple of key rings in there. There's a pen in there. There's some breath mints to make you smell all minty fresh, which I'm sure your spouses and your girlfriends and your boyfriends would love. So yes, please type the word Kent into the chat. And if you've got any points that you would like to raise, please do so. While you're mulling that over, let me remind you of this.
If you are enjoying this episode, please consider supporting the show. You can leave us a tip at buymeacoffee.com/demolition news.
Oh, that's better. Had a slurp of the orange squash. I think we've had another entry. Yeah, we're up to 6 now. Any more? Please, people, keep typing it in. So yes, just to let you know, and I know Peter McKenna is a past master at this because he's already been on the show in the past. But if you see the link in the chat which says StreamYard, I'll tell you what, let me stitch it to the top of the chat. You should be seeing it now. If you click that link, you will pop up in my green room. There's no free coffee, there's no booze in there, and frankly, it's not really a green room at all, but you get the idea. And then I can invite you onto the show, and you can have your say. And you can have your say on things that scare you the most. You can have your say on would you prefer to work on a big or a small site. You can have your say on the length of time it takes to investigate an accident or a fatality. You can have your say on HS2, on the length of time it's taken, on the government's lack of ambition, which is my personal belief. They do seem to back off when things get hard. Peter McKenna is saying there's no link on Facebook yet, Mark. There is. I'm seeing it. I'm actually seeing it myself. I'm looking at it right now, Peter. Still getting interest for the competition. We're up to 9. We're almost at double figures, people. Jim Turner says, I'll nip on later for the crack, Mark, if you want. I'm about to drive over to start working on a bucket now. So if you offer it up later, I'll click it. Yeah, I will certainly do that. Graham Footy Williams has confirmed there is a link over on Facebook. It's there. Just have a look. Jim, love to get you on the show. I don't have any music to welcome you on, but I'd be more than happy to have you on the show, and anybody else. And if we have any, I don't know, equipment manufacturers that are tuned in, I know some of them often do, and I realise it's a Saturday, so maybe they're not. But if you're out there and you'd like to tell us about your products, please pop on. Listen, I could do with somebody else to take the strain. Let's have a look. Where are we at? Yeah, we're still at 9 entries, I think. Glenn Johnston has just joined us. Morning, Glenn. Do me a favour. Would you type the word Kent into the chat and be in with a chance of winning a prize? And that will take us to double figures, which means I will then be able to draw the prize. Speaking of which, let me get that standing by so that we can do that. Thanks, Glenn. Thanks, Stephen, as well. I think that may have taken us over to 11. So... yes, we are at 11. I said I'd do it when we hit double figures, and I'm a man of my word. So let me go to the draw, and let's see who has got the first of the 2 Kent Demolition prizes, or the Kent Machines. No, it's Kent Demolition. My apologies. Kent Demolition prizes of the day. Here we go. Peter McKenna. Peter McKenna has just won himself the yellow... let me take that off the screen. You don't need to be seeing that. The yellow Kent Demolition mug. And it's plastic, made entirely from recycled plastic. So keeping your carbon footprint down, Peter. And there are key rings in there. There's... what else is there? Oh, yes. There you are. Mints. You'll thank me later. Chris Ford, I've just written down Kent. I don't know why. It sounds like it might be a competition. It is, and it was, and it will be again. We're going to keep it open because I've got another one of those. Let me just check. We're going to do the black one next, which is actually Kent hydraulic hoses, because they do a hydraulic hose service as well. We'll be drawing the black one a bit later in the show. So if you haven't already typed Kent into the chat, please do so, would you? And we will give that away a bit later on. Graham Footy Williams missed out this time, but don't worry, you are in the draw for next time around. So don't worry, fear not. There's plenty more to come. Glenn Johnson just said, congratulations. Congratulations, Peter, says Gary Muirhead. Congrats, Peter, says Al Grierson. So you are mug buddies now. Al Grierson and Peter McKenna are mug buddies. Fair play, Peter, says Jim Turner. Stephen Guthrie says, well done, Peter McKenna. Congrats, Peter, says Mark Whiting. Good morning, Mark. Didn't see you creep into the chat there. Good morning to you. Any more for any more? Has anybody got anything that they would like to talk about until I go off a complete tangent and start talking about something completely random? Whoop! Thank you all, says Peter McKenna. Yeah, whoop indeed. So I tell you what, just bear with me 1 second. I am going to write down just so I remember who gets which mug. I've written down yellow mug, Peter McKenna. Hopefully that will make sense to me a bit later in the day when I come to actually send those things off. I've already been out and bought boxes to put them in, funnily enough. Missed it trying to find the link, which is non-existent on my feed. I tell you what, in that case, let me try it again. I'm posting it again now, Peter. The link should be coming up, and I'm seeing it pop up on both of the Facebook feeds. It's also on YouTube as well. I would read it to you, but it's going to be a nightmare to take it. Yeah, Graham Williams. Peter McKenna just said he got it now. We got there in the end. We had issues. I think it was day before yesterday. We had issues with LinkedIn on that show, and now we're having issues with Facebook. And Facebook was going to be a problem child literally from the moment I went on air this morning, because it literally said we have Facebook issues. Going to have to say good weekend, one and all. If you're working, stay safe. Me and the hound going for walkies and fall in the pub or fall out of it more. Like, good luck to you, Mick. Have a great day, mate. Thank you very much indeed for being here. Peter McKenna said, I'd done all that. Yeah, it's an unpredictable beast, is Facebook, and unfortunately, I have no control. All I can do is beam stuff out there, and sometimes it sticks and sometimes it doesn't. We are in our second hour. So our current question is that, would you prefer to work on a big or a small site? I'm just thinking about it from my point of view, actually. I've worked in very small offices with just one or two people, and I've worked in vast businesses with 1,200 people spread over 19 floors of a tower block. Give me the little office. Well, mostly give me the little office. Sometimes if somebody's got the ump, as I said earlier, if somebody's in a bad mood and you're in a small team, that can really affect everybody. I suppose you don't get that necessarily if you're working in a bigger organization, but if you are working in a small one, you certainly feel it. I kind of wasn't planning to talk about mental health, but given the fact that I've just raised that issue, let's have a bit of a mosey down that little pathway, shall we? The reason I remembered it is because guy I used to work with, sadly no longer with us because he took his own life as a result of the story I'm about to tell you. He was he was never diagnosed, but you would probably say he was probably bipolar. His mood basically had two settings. It was good or it was bad. There was no in between. There's no grey. And I don't think any of us that worked with him ever realised. And I worked with him in two different iterations. He was my old editor back when I was on Plant Manager's Journal back in the late 80s. And then he left to go and start working for Caterpillar doing their PR. And a year after he left, he phoned me up and said, come and join me. I've got more work than I can do. Come and do the Caterpillar PR with me, which is exactly what I did. So as I say, I had two exposures to the guy in question, a guy called Adrian Barker. And he was always the same. And not only did we work side by side, we used to travel extensively together here in the UK and overseas as well. And he really was the ultimate good mood or bad mood, nothing whatsoever in between. And I'd kind of grown accustomed to that. You know, he moved down to Kent, and we had an office down in Tenterden in Kent. And I used to travel down there sometimes twice a week, sometimes once a week. And I would generally get there to beat the traffic. I used to get there very, very early. And I'd walk through the door, and he was an early riser as well. And you'd walk through the door some days and, morning, Adrian, morning, Mark. And, you know, he'd hit the ground running, and he'd be telling you about his day and, about the football the day before, or what his kids had been up to, or the things we needed to discuss during the day. And another day she'd walk through the door, morning, Adrian. That's all you'd get. So he really was, as I say, very much a two-mood man. I got a phone call about 6 months, I guess, before he eventually took his own life, from our office manager down in Kent, down at Tenterden, a lady called Caroline, who phoned me up and said that he'd gone missing, which was not like him. as I say, he would blow hot and cold, but he would never go missing. But he'd gone missing. And because we were a very small team, I was up in Surrey, he was down in Kent. So I literally started up the car and was ready to go. Car phone rang, and she said, "It's okay, we found him. He's not in a particularly good way, but we found him. He's, we're going to bring him into the office and calm him down a bit." So okay, so we thought not a great deal of it. Anyway, fast forward about 6 months, and I got the same phone call again. He'd gone missing. And this one was more bizarre. This was on a Friday afternoon. And he was due to be going to Dublin. Coincidentally, I'm in Dublin on Monday. It's weird how these things come about. So he was due to be going to Dublin on the Monday, the following week. As a result of that, he'd left me a list of things that I needed to take care of or be aware of. He'd done exactly the same for Caroline. He'd sent an email to the company that he was going to see to confirm that he was going to be there, and all of those sort of things. And then he vanished. So there was a bit of a search party sent out for him. Now, by this time, his two eldest boys, and he had 6 children, 2 different marriages, but the 2 eldest boys went out looking for him. And one of them, just by sheer coincidence, found him. He was sat in his car in a pretty poor state. So his son loaded him into his car and took him back to his flat, sat him down and said, "Do you want a cup of tea?" And his dad said, "Yeah, I'll have a cup of tea." Went off, made a cup of tea, came back, and his dad had basically walked out and vanished again. And he took himself off to a local travel lodge down on the outskirts of Tenterden in Kent, and took a big handful of pills and a bottle of scotch, and that was that. And you just don't know. You don't know. As I say, I mean, we were very aware of the fact that he was very up and down, that he was very black and white mood-wise, but at no point did we ever foresee that was going to be the case. And I tend to think of that quite a bit. I mean, as I say, I actually saw the aftermath of somebody that killed themselves on a railway line when I was a young child, and that left a bit of a mark. And then that one left an even bigger mark. And I think what was really strange, I met I did the eulogy at his funeral, and I met his brother, who looked just like him. And we were talking afterwards, and he basically said, did you see this coming? And I said, weirdly, yes, but weirdly, no. Obviously he had his up and down moods, but I by that time, I mean, I've been working with him since about 1987. So I've been working with him for the best part of 20 years at this point. So I'd grown accustomed to the highs and the lows, the ups and the downs, the black and the white of his moods. So at no point did I think, if he hits a black mood again, we need to be aware. You just grow accustomed. And yet, he was obviously going through his own battles at the time. And the one thing I will say, I'm certainly no expert. As I say, I've seen the aftermath of one suicide, and I was there for another one. Not there physically, but you get the idea. And the one thing that I've drawn from it, I guess, is you just can't see it coming. And I think you have to accept that what we're talking about here is an actual mental illness. As I said, my old colleague and partner, Adrian, had 6 children, happily married. And yet he decided to take that way out. And he'd got it into his head that he's let his family down and so many other things. And the true story is this, and I'll tell you the full story. So when I left magazine publishing, I went to basically be his second in command. But we wanted to keep the ability to work individually. So Adrian had a company called Adrian Barker Publicity. I left magazines and I formed Mark Anthony Publicity. And he would have some clients, I would have some clients, and then occasionally he'd work for my clients, I'd work for his clients, and we depending on diaries and everything else. There were some people like Caterpillar that he knew better than me. There were other people that I knew better than him. So that was the way it all worked out. Anyway, we did that for about 4 or 5 years. After about 4 or 5 years, we got to thinking, this is just making things really confusing. Why don't we start just a joint company, which we called Advertising and Marketing Solutions, or AMS, which just happened to have the A for Adrian and the Mark, or the M for Mark, in the name as well. We thought we were being very clever. Nobody else cared, but we formed AMS. AMS started. Year 1, we were in profit. Year 2, we doubled the profit. Year 3, we doubled the profit again. Year 4, we doubled the profit again. Year 5, we doubled. It was just literally a build and build and build and build and build. And then things went slightly awry. We got to the point, I think we underinvested in some ways. We took on a lot of work, and a lot of work meant work for us. Belatedly, we took on an office manager, Caroline, who I mentioned earlier, and we also took on a couple of freelance writers. But the company had grown to such a size, and we're not talking millions here, but it had grown to such a size that we could no longer keep track of finances. So we spoke to our accountant, and he recommended invoice financing. I won't bore you with the details, but basically we were working with NatWest at the time. So we would issue invoices, which they would pay us within 30 days, I think it was. And then they would get the money in from the people that the invoice had gone to. So effectively, they kept our cash flow going. The problem was, well, 2 things. The problem was people weren't paying as quickly as they might. And the second thing was that the HSBC were actually charging us for the invoice financing option. So pretty soon we got ourselves into the point where the money wasn't coming through the door. And even when it was coming through the door, HSBC were taking a big slug of it. So eventually we were summoned. We were summoned to a meeting up in Tottenham Court Road in London, in West London, to sit down with the HSBC and discuss where we go from here. And the upshot of it was that they'd been through our books, we'd been through our books, our accountant had been through our books, and the upshot was that we basically owed the HSBC £36,000. Now we were jointly and separately responsible for that. So in other words, I owed the HSBC 18,000 quid. Adrian owed the HSBC 18,000 quid. Now, bearing in mind, we'd been summoned to a meeting to talk about finances. I went in feeling pretty worried, I have to say. But the guy at the HSBC said that, the entire debt, if we get everything in that is owed and we pay out everything that you owe, we will be left with a loss of £36,000. That's your liability. I came out of that meeting and literally walked down the steps, phoned my wife and said, "Don't worry, love, it's only 18 grand. I can get a bank loan for that much. We're back up and running exactly where we need to be. There's plenty of work coming in, not a problem." That would have been about 2:00 in the afternoon. By the time Adrian had got the train home, I got a phone call about 7:00 that evening from Adrian's wife. He was out walking the dogs, and she said, "Can you explain something to me?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "I'm looking at a piece of paper here that says that you owe the HSBC £18,000 and my husband owes the HSBC £18,000. I said, "Yeah, that's absolutely right." She said, "Well, he's telling me that we're £150,000 in debt." I said, I honestly, I do not know where he's getting that from. I said, "You've got it in writing. There is a piece of paper there that we've all signed that says we owe £18,000 each." And at that point, it probably should have triggered in my mind that he wasn't seeing things quite straight. And that would have been around about, I guess, the November time. He went to his wife's family for Christmas, and his wife's family were quite wealthy. I can't remember exactly what it was they did, but they had a very fancy Christmas, and they bought not only their own children but Adrian's children some fairly fancy gifts and everything else, which apparently made him worse because he now considered he'd let them down and he couldn't provide for them in quite the same way that his sister-in-law could, and so on down the line. And then to counter that, he went and bought himself a new Mercedes. And then, as I say, a couple of months later, he decided actually the world would be a better place without him. And it wasn't. It wasn't. And the most annoying and frustrating bit of all of that is that within 6 months, he died. I think he would have died in March, April time. And I reckon by the close of summer, we were back, all guns blazing again. No problem at all. So yes, just thought I'd do a quick detour. I'm not going to do all doom and gloom. I'm going to do some other stuff. And this is the sort of stuff I really want. I'll tell you what, let me get this one from Gary Muirhead. This is the content that I want. Question for the older generation of operators and drivers on here. Who remembers being in a cab or a piece of plant or lorries and finding a dirty book or girly magazine behind the seat? Anybody? Come on, people, fess up. I'm sure you did. There was I'm not going to go down the line of my illustrious porn career. You all know that story. There was I grew up at the very top of Sutton in Surrey, and we lived on a housing estate, and about a mile away there's a little village called Belmont Village. Look it up on a map, you'll see it. It's lovely. And as a small aside, we moved into Belmont Village. Now, bear in mind, we'd come out from southeast London, from Battersea, and I went with my mum. First day we lived in Belmont, or just on the outskirts of Belmont, and we went to the local butchers and said, "Can you tell me where can we buy a pint of milk?" And the answer, this gives you an indication of how small the village was. The answer was, yes, in the post office. The post office where they sold the milk. So anyway, my school was in Belmont, so I had to walk about a mile to and from school. As a primary school, I used to do that with my mum all the time. But it also had a sweet shop. So when I was a little bit older, we used to ride our bikes the mile up to the sweet shop and stock up on sweets and crisps and all the things that go with it. Right by the Belmont train station, which I think is still open, I'm not entirely sure, but right by the railway station, there was this little patch of wasteland. I don't know why, but it was just a patch of wasteland. And I reckon once a week you could pretty much guarantee being able to find a girly magazine there. Or more specifically, and I've never understood why this was a thing, you could find bits of one. Very rarely found a whole magazine, but often found bits, 2 pages, 4 pages. Sometimes you got lucky and found 8. Why were people dismantling girly magazines? And why were they depositing those pages on waste ground? Anybody has any clues on that? I've never quite understood that. Let's have a look. Peter McKenna says life's too short. It's good to talk. Yes, it is good to talk, which is precisely why I spout forth about these things every once in a while. I know 5 people have decided they no longer wanted to be on this earth, including a stepbrother. In all cases, no one had any idea what they were planning. I'm going to move on to more cheerful things in a second, but there's a point. Adrian, who my old business partner, was very, very organized. Very. If you met him, you would swear blind he was ex-military. He dressed that way. He had that kind of military bearing. He wasn't. He'd never been in the army, but he had that bearing about him, and everything was just so. Tie was winds are not perfect. Everything was perfect. He had written his suicide note, something, and had dated it, and it was written 6 weeks before he actually did the deed. Now, whether that was to coincide with the first time he disappeared and he didn't go through with it, we never did ascertain. But that's the way it is. Gary Muirhead says, sorry for your loss, Mark. I've also lost too many good friends from this industry. Always ask myself, could I have done something more to help them? The only thing I would say about that, and thank you for that, Gary. The only thing I would say about that is this business of It's Good to Talk, which Peter McKenna has just said. It is good to talk, but I think one of the key things about all of this is I think by talking we probably become a little more aware and a little more conscious of the potential signs that all is not well. If you've got a friend who is really talkative and then suddenly isn't, or you've got a friend who is usually as quiet as a mouse and then suddenly isn't, maybe they're in a good mood. Maybe they've just had a lottery win. Maybe there's something underlying there. And I just think, as I say, all the charities out there, whether you like them or not, all of the charities out there trying to make it more acceptable to talk about it. And, if it saves one life, if one person looks at his mate and says, "You seem a bit off today, are you okay?" And they come back with, "No, actually, I have got a problem," at least they've got some help potentially there. Peter McKenna says there are signs, but too many, and they're far too minute. Thought it was minute, far too minute for anyone to notice unless you're trained to see the differences. It's very true. Men find it 10 times easier to cover it than women due to having been drilled into them from young. You've got to be a man. Yeah. What's that all about, eh? What's that all about? And I know Chris sort of says all doom and gloom today. I am going to get onto more cheery things in a second, but bearing in mind, I'm among friends here. I'll be perfectly open. When I back in the 80s, I did I wear makeup? I couldn't possibly comment, but yes, I did. I've been very open about the fact that I wore a very fetching pair of orange trousers from Miss Selfridge once. I was a size 12. I'm not any longer, but I was a size 12. So all of these things, I was willing to do all of those things. I grew my hair. Not that long hair is necessarily a female thing. I do like dressing in pink. I do all of those things. And yet somewhere in my heart of hearts, it's, you've got to be manly. Why? Why have you got to be manly? And I promise this will be the end of the doom and gloom. As you know, I lost both my parents last year. And when it became clear that my mum wasn't going to pull through, my dad had already planned that I was going to deliver the eulogy. And having announced that, he then said that he'd been to a funeral a few years before where the son of, it was a guy in this, the son of the father who had died. And my dad said these exact words. He said, he was so good. He was eloquent, but most of all, he was stoic. He just stood there and delivered the eulogy. There was no trembling of the lips. There were no tears. He was stoic. And I took that as that you need to do that. You need to do that. So there I am, stood in front of all my mum's friends and family, my own wife, my own children, grandchildren. Grandchildren weren't there. Ignore that bit. All of these people stood there, and I felt like I had to deliver that. As I say, no trembling lips, no tears, no nothing. To the point where a year on, I still haven't shed a tear for either of them. And I don't think that's a good thing. I honestly don't. And I promise I will end the doom and gloom in a second. When my grandfather died, had a heart attack, died, and I didn't cry when he died. We were very close, really, very, very close. Didn't cry then, didn't cry at the funeral, so on down the line. And I reckon it was 6 months later. I just moved in with my girlfriend, the lady, what is now my wife, and we were sat there watching TV, and then the grief hit me. And I still, to this day, am waiting for the grief of my mother and father's passing to creep up and tap me on the shoulder and say, right, it's time. Yeah. Used to employ a driver who bought the top shelf every month. Nobody on the firm was short of reading material. Yeah, and when I first started in this industry, used to go into site cabins and there was girly posters on the wall, but there were girly magazines about the place. None that I'd written for, thankfully, because that would have taken some explaining. Al Grisney's taking me downstairs on the iPad because he's got to start cooking. Yeah, over in Luxembourg, I guess you're an hour in front of me, so it must be about lunchtime. there you are. Look at me. I'm 62 years old, coming up to, and I've still got a ponytail right down my back. Ponytail, acceptable. Sharing your feelings, apparently not. I'm wearing a pair of fetching orange trousers. I listen. I think I've been tangoed. Trust me. Trust me. The orange trousers you're wearing at the moment are rather different to those what I was sporting in the 80s. Satin, baggy as anything, but tight at the ankles. I look like a freshly escaped genie. But yeah, and the 80s was, I've said this before, the 80s was such a different time. I quickly, because we're almost at the 2-hour mark, I was going to a party, and I took me and my mate Bruce, another one that's no longer with us, and we went up to Oxford Street, because Oxford Street in London, the shopping destination back in the day. And we walked up and down, trying to find suitable outfits for our night out. And I came back with a grey Trilby hat. Always liked hats, as you can probably tell. A grey Trilby hat with a white band around it. And that's the 2-hour mark just come up, by the way. So, stop. Yeah, grey Trilby hat. And I couldn't find a pair of trousers. And in the end, having exhausted all of the male shops, I went into Miss Selfridge, and I found myself a pair of orange satin genie trousers. And to show you how different the 80s were, I arrived in these orange trousers, and rather than people pointing at me going, you're wearing girl clothes, and so on down the line, first bloke that I saw, who was also in my football team, said, like the trousers, where'd you get them? I said, Miss Selfridge. He said, oh, girls, what size are you? And I said, I'm a 12. And he was pleased. Yeah. I have a strange memory of me, this is Luke Harney, wearing your granddad's waistcoat. I have no idea why. You did. You did. When my granddad was quite a dapper guy, and I inherited some of his clothes. Not dead man's clothes. I inherited them because I wanted them. And waistcoats. He did love a waistcoat, and I did have a few. And I can't remember exactly what it was that we were doing, but you ended up wearing my granddad's waistcoat. And I remember, this is really going back all our yesterdays. Myself, my wife, and Luke Carney all worked for the same company at the same time. In fact, we worked for the same magazine, completely unconnected to construction. And they had a do once. And I'd been out, as I do, and I'd bought a pair of black trousers. I had a pink polo neck. See, I love the pink, with a pair of braces over the top. And I thought I looked the bee's knees. And I walked in, and I remember Lou Carney saying, you look like you should be driving a submarine. She was right. I should have been. Ruined the outfit. I remember helping to empty my granddad's loft and finding his back catalogue of Razza, Readers' Wives, etc., etc. Yeah. Who remembers? Yes, I miss them. Obviously, I only read them for the articles, as most people do. Now, just to let you know, we're 2 hours in. We are officially in the deep end of this thing. In fact, in about 12 minutes, we will have broken the record. So what say we draw another winner from our for the Kent Demolition thingy. Let me put this up on screen. There you are. That's our last winner, but I have a draw. Excuse me, a draw again button. We have 10 entries, apparently. So let me just press the button and see what happens. Chris Ford. Chris Ford, who had no idea why he was writing Kent, has just won. I'm going to write it down. Chris Ford. Black mug. Hang on a minute. Yes, Chris Ford black mug. Chris, you've won. Well done. I realise you had no idea you were entering a competition, but you have won. Please let me have your postal address and I'll hook you up with the prize. I may do another one of those a bit later on, so let me take that off. Congratulations, Chris. Congratulations, Chris, says Gary Muirhead. Somebody's mentioned porn magazines. I'll read it first before I put it up on the screen. Chris Ford, as I sit in my air-conditioned digger cab, I'm reminiscing about the first machines I drove 50 years ago. You don't look old enough to have done that. Surely not. Fortunately, I missed drag lines as a full-time mount, but from rods and cables through to the first servos and now to proportional controls, I realise how far the machine driver's lot has improved. So here's a question. I'm going to bat that back at you. Has it? I realise you've got all mod cons. I know you've got your proportional controls and your Bluetooth and your sat navs and your GPSs and your driver aids and your suspension seat and all of those things. Is it better? Is the industry better now? I would imagine your day-to-day comfort and productivity is almost certainly improved. But has the industry actually moved forward, would you say? There's an interesting point. Peter McKenna, too many sensors on new machines. I have, obviously I don't drive a digger, so my go-to analogy is always the car. My car is incredibly miserable. Incredibly miserable. So before the advent of sensors and stuff like that, you would drive a car and you'd go in for an MOT and maybe they'd say, oh, your tires are a bit worn, you need to get a new set of tires or whatever it might be, or your brakes might start squeaking, at which point you were alerted to the fact that maybe you needed some new pads or whatever it might be. My car tells me about these things regularly. It tells me that the pressure on one of my tires is lower than it needs to be. Now, personally, it always seems to be the front offset and offside, rather, not the offset, the offside, which makes me think that my wife is clouting curbs. Hopefully she didn't hear me say that because she'll blame me. But in years gone by, I wouldn't have known about that. I wouldn't have known about the brakes. I wouldn't have known about AdBlue requirements and pressures. And my car tells me about all of the things. If I drive forwards, it tells me that there's an obstacle in front. If I drive backwards, it tells me there's an obstacle in front. Because my wife's car was in for a service that took a month, believe it or not, because there was some bits and pieces needed doing. We had a replacement car, very nice, beautiful car. But this had another sensor, so that if you were sat in traffic, it would bleep to say that you had pulled up fairly close to the car in front. And then when that car drove off, it would bleep again to say that the leading car had moved. I've been driving since I was 22, which means I've clocked up 36 years. I've never needed that. I've tended to see the car right there in front of me leaving, and I've generally, in fact, always gone, I'd better move as well, because otherwise I'm causing a traffic jam. And yet, so going back to Peter's point there, too many sensors on new machines. We've touched on this. I'm going to do a quick tangent and then I'll be back again. One of the things that my mate Peter Haddock is always banging on about is cab clutter. Too many screens. You got the manufacturer screen, but then you've got another one for some set of attachments, some set of GPS, screen, all over the place. My tangent is that I spoke to Peter Haddock last night. He's alive and well and fit, just back from Iceland. He's okay. So going back to Peter goes on about the cab clutter. But sensors, there does seem to be a sensor for bloody everything. And one of the things that I said, where was I? I know I was. I was up with Kinsoffer, middle of last week, and went out for lunch with a couple of guys who are operators. Sat there with me fish and chips, watching the world go by, and I actually said to them, you have all of these devices in your cab. How many of them do you use? When you get into the cab, do you set it up each day? Do you dial in attachments and all that kind of thing? And both of the guys I was with, and I'm sure this is going to be exactly the same among the audience, both of them said they set it up once and never touch it again. Yes, if you switch attachments and you need to change pressure and flow settings or something like that, and you can dial it in, like the cat machines and stuff like that, you can dial it in on the screen. They do that. But by and large, they get in the cab, they set it up once, and they don't touch it again. So we have operators in our midst. Please, do you do that? Or are you forever sat there like Al Grierson is at the moment, fanning about on an iPad when you should actually be digging a bloody hole, fanning around on a screen, I need a setting for that, and then I need to adjust that and set that. And do you do that? Do you do that? And if you are doing that, is there somebody stood outside your machine cab saying, why haven't you started bloody work yet? I'd like to know. Please let me know. Luke Harney says, same, my wagon drives me bloody mad. Ping, ping, ping. Yes, and ours actually has a variety of pings. It has a variety of pings. Has anyone ever seen Lee Evans talking about the reversing sensor on his car? It's like it's afraid. My car does all of that. Yeah. Luke Harley says, makes me jump. Yeah, it makes me jump too. There I am at the wheel, fast asleep, and the damn thing starts pinging. No consideration. Lol, my car slammed on last night when the side sensors picked up on a car passing close. What the hell? There was loads of room. It could have caused a collision with the car following. Now, here's a thing. We have on my wife's car, what do they call it? I think they call it lane assist, to keep you within your lane, effectively. And it does several things. There's a little green light that comes on that says you cross the line. There's a haptic that basically makes the steering wheel vibrate to tell you you've crossed the line. But there's also a kind of twitch of the steering where it tries to throw you back into the lane. If I would, I do. If I'm driving on a motorway, I do leave it on, because I've never fallen asleep at the wheel. I've never even come close. But things happen, and so on down the line. So I actually think that's a good thing. But you drive through the centre of any town, like for me, at the end of my road there is Lou will know this, Nonsuch Park, big old royal park. So we get a lot of people going through it on bicycles and stuff, and they come out onto the main road and they ride bicycles. So if I ride up, or if I drive up and out of my road onto the main road up at the top, there are lots of bicycles. And if I choose to overtake one of those and give them the wide berth that they should have for safety reasons, I often go onto the white line or beyond the white line and then have to come back. My car, or more specifically my wife's car, tries to throw me back towards the cyclist. How is that a good thing? How is that a good thing? Peter McKenna says, is it a Leyland DAF by any chance? No, it's a Defender, says Luke Carney. And don't get me wrong, with the Leyland guidance sensors, I haven't seen that, but it looks like we're very, very much on the same. As I say, motorway, mate, surely, given how clever we are as a species, surely we could have that so that if you top 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, the lane assist kicks in and you're now buffered from the neighbouring lanes. But if you're driving around town at 15 miles an hour, do we really need that? Do we really want to be thrown back towards the cyclist? I don't think that's a good idea at all. Al Grissom says, verbose cars are extremely irritating. Glad mine has been engineered not to be too communicative. Yeah, mine's got something to say about everything. And even when you start it up, it's a push button start. But you push the button and it has to go through the monitor screen, has to go through all of these different machinations. Have you confirmed this? Have you confirmed that? It just drives you bloody mad. I've heard the government on about not bringing electrical everything in until 2035. We're going to come on to that. Funny you should say that. Don't get me going with lane guidance sensors. See, everybody's got the same for it. Moving the goalpost to 2045 for discontinuation of the combustion engine. Bear with me. I'll come back to that. I remember asking a dumper driver why he was so bad at reversing. It was a Moxie dump truck. And he said you could more mirrors than a Lambretta and still not see anything. Now, I don't know if you can see that. Can you hear that? We are now in uncharted territory. We broke the record. Our record was 2 hours and 14 minutes. We just bust it. So, uncharted territory, and so we soldier on. So, yes, yeah, I funnily enough, I took a what's the bloody thing called? Is it an RD100? I think it may be. The Volvo RD100, 100-ton dump truck. I took it for a spin round their factory at Eskilstuna, and that has mirrors. Now, bearing in mind, it's as tall as my house. I don't know what I'm expected to see in the mirrors, because any people are going to be way below the mirrors. But yeah, let's have a look. I used to buy a car from the auction to use for work, then put it back through, hopefully, before it cost me money. Talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm going to come back to that as well. Chris Ford says, ping, 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 must be a DAF. No, it's a Defender. That's a bloody car, not a wagon. Peter McKenna, if I have to stand on a running board to get in, it's a wagon. It's a fair point. I don't know how you judge it, but I think that's a good one. Put your indicator on before you go over the lines. You won't get that happening. I know, but indicators, there's nothing behind you, nothing ahead. All you need to do is pop around a cyclist. Do you really want to be indicating? Maybe the law says I should. Maybe I'm behind the times. How is the new speed camera coming out on the motorways? If you break it, take a picture and you'll get fined to avoid the camera. Trying to avoid the camera. I do need to go back to some of those bits and pieces. He says they're already in use. Al Grierson says, record broken. Congrats, Mark. Yeah. I've got to do all this again yet. If we're really going to do the job properly. Lane assist, adaptive cruise control, etc. Are systems being trialed up and updated to allow driverless cars. See, now, I promised to go back to some of those points because there was a couple of absolute corkers there. I drove down to, ultimately I drove down to Barcelona actually, but drove down through France and then on down to south of France, hung a right. I'm doing the maths in my head, hung a right and ended up in Barcelona. Years ago, did it. And the car that we had cruise control on it. So I got on a French motorway, stuck it on at 70 miles an hour, put my feet up, and I could drive sometimes for almost an hour before having to take any sort of action. It was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, Dan Collins just said, sorry, late to the party. I can see Peter McKenna is actually lurking in the green room at the moment. I'll bring him on in just a second. I remember a young whippersnapper asking me a question when I was driving my digger. We're not turn a bucket backwards. Do I have to turn my controller backwards as well? I laughed at one of the most stupid things we get asked. Never had a vehicle with cruise control. Oh, they're an absolute joy. Now, I do want to go back and address a few bits of pieces. This one from Chris Ford. Used to buy a car from the auction to use for work and then put it back through, hopefully, before it cost me money. Talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I can see you, Peter. I can see you. I'll tell you what, there you are. Let's put you up on the screen. I will get to you in just a second, Peter, I promise. But just addressing this one from Chris, we did some work with Ritchie Brothers a year or two ago. Always got the dogs and the cat with him. Yeah, we did some work with Ritchie Brothers, and apparently that's quite a thing within the plant industry as well, more specifically in the American plant industry, where you have people who've got a specific job, they go and buy out of auction a specific piece of kit, they use it for the duration of the project, look after it as well as they can, and then they put it back into the auction and quite possibly get their money back. Fantastic idea. Don't think that's a bad idea at all. Now, there was another one. I'm sure. Who was it said it? I'll tell you what. I'll come. I've just seen it. It's about emissions. I'm going to bring Peter McKenna into the chat. Morning, Peter.
Morning. How are you
doing?
I'm
Yeah,
good.
all well. Let me just get rid of that comment off the screen so people can see it. Do you have a point, or are you just popping on for a chat?
Well, a quick one for you, Mark, and everybody else out there that's got these newfangled cars with this lane guidance system on it. If you're going to overtake anything, or if you're going to change lanes, do it with your indicator on, and you won't get the haptic feedback.
You're right. But as I mean, I've literally just said this. That's fine. You know, if you're on a motorway, I totally agree. If you're on a dual carriageway, totally agree. But the road, I take my wife to work first thing on a Sunday morning, and I when I leave and get onto this main road outside my house, there's nothing in that direction, and there's nothing in that direction either. But there might be a cyclist. Do you really indicate for that?
Yes, indicate to overtake. Or just do what I do. Turn the bloody thing off.
Well, that's what I do. I literally, as I start the car up, it's now part of the routine. I turn the car on, hit the button, turn it on, and then turn it off rather. And then if I'm heading for a motorway, I then turn it back on.
Country roads are the best ones because you drive down a country road and it keeps telling you to keep in the centre of the lane. Yet on a country road, do you really want to be keeping in the centre of the lane if nothing's around?
No, absolutely right. Absolutely right. You've already attracted one comment. Smoking indoors, naughty, Peter, says Lou Carney. Al Grierson says, hi, Peter, love the pets. Al Grierson has also said, I don't think you can spec indicators on my car. Okay.
It's a BMW then.
Is that right?
No. BMW, come on, BMWs are renowned for not having indicators.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, if you're done, Peter, I'm not getting rid of you, but if you're done, I can take you off the screen and get on with some other bits and pieces.
Yeah, bye.
Thanks for joining us. See you soon.
Bye.
Have you heard any more on smart motorways, or has the concept been cancelled? It has. I don't think cancelled is necessarily the word, but it has most certainly been postponed. And part of that, just to prove that Peter McKenna knows his vehicles, exactly right, BMW. Yeah, I don't think it's been cancelled. I think it's been postponed. And one of the reasons for that, or a very key reason for that, apparently, it was a lack of foresight on things related to electric cars. So if you're in a diesel or a petrol car and you run out of fuel, you have the ability generally to drift over to the hard shoulder, because there is a hard shoulder. With an electric car, when it runs out of juice, it stops. And smart motorways don't have a hard shoulder, and so it's a there you are. Dan Cullen says, not cancelled, it's delayed. Yes, it is. Come on, folks. Press the button. Mark can have up to 10 people in the chat at once. Get clicking that link. Yeah, I can have up to 10. I've never had 10. I think I've had 8. Never had 10. But hey, listen, we're already breaking records today. Now, there was another point that somebody made back here. I'm trying to remember who it was. I'm sure it was something to do with emissions. Yeah, so Graham Williams first said, I've heard the government not bringing electrical everything in until 2035. Correct. And then Peter McKenna says, moving the goalpost to 2045 for discontinuation of the combustion engine. So let's have a chat. Let's all say nice things about Rishi Sunak, or not, shall we? One of the things that struck me about this was, well, several things. And the biggest of them is, does what Rishi Sunak now say actually matter? Now, you can argue that we are in the midst of an inflation crisis and so on. We've got a cost of living crisis. Should people be forced to buy new cars at that time? And I understand the spin that Messrs. Sunak and his cronies are putting on it. I understand all of that. It is, however, a coincidence that just a month or so ago, they managed to retain the seat in Uxbridge, where effectively the locals voted against Labour on the basis of their commitment to the ultra low emission zone. So my personal take on this is that the Conservative Party have looked at it and said, see, the public aren't quite as committed to sustainability as we thought they were. If we can save them a few quid by not making them buy new cars that are cleaner and so on down the line, then maybe we'll get a few more votes. That's my cynical take on it. But the other take on it is, as I've said, is does it actually matter what Rishi Sunak says? The reason I'm saying that is we've already got car manufacturers committed to zero emissions by 2030, 2040, 2050. Those cars already exist. They will continue to evolve. They will continue to come down in price. Those cars that are electric will, by the time 2030, 2050 rolls around, they will have a greater range. The batteries will be more reliable. They'll be cheaper and so on down the line. So anything that Rishi Sunak says now is not really going to impact car manufacturers. And let's face it, although we like to talk up our role on the world stage, the UK is but an island, a tiny little island. Car manufacturers will be looking to secure the maximum number of sales in places like China, where there's 1 billion people, in India, where there's more than 1 billion people, in America, where there are 400 million people, whatever it might be. So a tiny decision made by a tiny man on a tiny island, not going to make any difference. The car manufacturers will continue to evolve newer and better and cleaner running vehicles. And I would say exactly the same thing for construction equipment, because we've been following the story on the Breakfast Show as closely as we have. Volvo is one of the pioneers of sustainable construction equipment. Not only are they forging a path in electric, they are forging a path in hydrogen, and they are also even using fossil-free steel to make some of their articulated dump trucks. They are 100% committed. I do not personally believe that when Rishi Sunak backtracked on his environmental commitments, that anyone in Volvo in Sweden or SNT-GB here in the UK said, we can take our foot off the gas or the electric. Pardon the pun. I don't suppose they are even aware. I don't suppose they care, because it doesn't matter. The world is headed that way. And if anything, all that Rishi Sunak has done is he has singled us out as a nation as less committed to safeguarding the environment. Think back to the outcry when former President Donald Trump decided to leave the Paris Accord on sustainability and carbon reduction. We pointed at him. The mad orange man doesn't care about the environment. He's just interested in basically himself. And we all pointed at that and thought how laughable, how ridiculous, how selfish, and how short-sighted. And yet we are now doing precisely the same thing. But I don't believe, by and large, it will make any difference, because manufacturers of cars, of construction equipment, of buses, of trains, of planes and automobiles are already committed to this. Rishi Sunak aside, Volvo will be emissions-free by 2040. In fact, Volvo construction equipment, when I was with them over in Frankfurt last month, they were absolutely adamant they will be emissions-free by 2040. However, because they expect their equipment to last for a decade, they are aiming to start doing away with emission-producing vehicles, or equipment rather, by 2030. So they will start to ramp down production of diesel equipment and ramp up production of electric or hydrogen or whatever it is that they're doing. That's 7 years from now. So never mind what Rishi Sunak would have us believe. We're already beyond that. Now, I do realise that in amongst all of this, I've forgotten to tell you, we are in our third hour. We're 2 hours, 28 minutes. I've forgotten to tell you, we've got another question. There's AI Me. Wish I had that much hair. AI Me saying, who is your greatest influence? Any takers? Would love to hear from you. I'm going to state the obvious. Mine was probably my dad, and second to that would probably be my granddad. But anybody else? Is there anybody that you really, really look up to? I'm going to throw another one in on the basis that he probably isn't watching. John Woodward, big demolition man, founded C&D Consultancy. Just a really, really nice bloke. I remember going to, he was about a step away, I think, from me in the Institute of Demolition Engineers president at the time. And I'd been invited along to talk to them about how to do their marketing and stuff. And I ended up doing it for a little while. And I went in and they were talking about all these highfalutin degrees and various other bits and pieces. And I actually sat there at this table thinking, I'm way out of my depth here. I can do PR and I can do my fancy articles, but I'm way out of my depth. And John made a point of coming over. We'd never met before. Shook my hand. He said, "Oh, don't worry about all this." He said, "Most of it's much more straightforward than this." And he said, and by the way, I'm going to be president in 2 years' time. Me and you can do a lot of good stuff together. And we did. We ended up writing, I think we wrote 2 sets of NFDC guidance notes together, and we wrote 2 children's books as well. My dad does demolition, and my dad drives a digger, both of which are still in existence. Just an all-round good guy. So yes, John Woodward would be one of my greatest influences. And I'm going to go over to the chat. Lots and lots of new comments. Kind of need to figure out, blimey. Let's have a look. Everyone else in the house smokes inside. Why shouldn't I? Fair comment. Gary Muirhead says, my mate used to sell cars and he'd give you a tail light warranty. When he couldn't see your tail lights, your warranty expired. Nice one. A tail light warranty. I've never heard that before. What about seatbelts on plant? Why is it only waist belts compared to car seatbelts? Well, I guess. I'm tell you what. Let me pop over to this. Has the draw been taken? We've done 2 draws, and I do a third. Keep entering. Yes, going back to that. I guess we're talking about speed here. Even a pretty powerful wheel loader, backhoe loader, wheeled excavator. What are you doing? 25 mile an hour, maybe a little bit more than that. Whereas a car, obviously 60, 70, 80 upwards. So I guess that's part of it. But yeah, is that enough? Is that enough? And why aren't seatbelts on plant not a legal requirement? Are they not? I know a lot of sites now are starting to fit beacons to make sure they can check from a distance that the guy driving the machine has got his seatbelt on. Although this being construction, people quickly found a way around that. They do up the seatbelt and then sit on it. You can lead the people to water, but you can't necessarily make them drink. Think the delay in banning of diesel and petrol cars, the government has realised there isn't infrastructure to power everything. I would like to think that was the case. I don't believe that's the case. I think it's a way to appear helpful to the nation's pockets in the hope that you'll get a vote out of them. I think it's as simple as that. But here's another thing, and I'm not going to play it again, but going back to that JFK clip that I played earlier. While we're going to the moon, not because it's easy, we're going because it's hard. As a society and as a planet, we find ourselves staring down the barrel of an environmental crisis. We have reached, as one of the scientists said recently, we have reached boiling point. Sea levels are rising. We are basically going to hand our future generations an absolute dumpster fire of a planet. In amongst all of that, if putting in the required electric or hydrogen infrastructure is all it takes to safeguard the country and the world for future generations, is that not something that we should just never mind the cost, never mind the difficulty, just bloody do it? You know, when a war breaks out, we can quickly find £1 billion down the back of the sofa to come up with suitable missiles on warships and helicopters. We can do that. If there is some sort of catastrophe, earthquake, tornado, volcano, tsunami, somewhere in the world, we can look down the back of the sofa and find £1 billion going spare to send overseas. When we were hit by COVID-19, we went to that same sofa, we looked down the back of the sofa, and we found another £1 billion or more to find PPE, to fund research into a potential vaccine and so on down the line. We can do all of those things. As I say, as a society and as a planet, we are looking at a global catastrophe, and yet we're umming and ahhing about whether we need enough more power generation, where the power generation is going to come from. Oh, Hinkley Point's quite expensive. You know, water power, it'll make our rivers and our seas look a bit untidy. Yes, wind turbines, they're all well and good, but I don't want to see one out of my back bedroom window. We're talking about the survival of the planet here. If to safeguard the planet for my great-grandchildren, or my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, I need to look out of my window and see a wind turbine, crack on. Crack on. In fact, I'll help you build it if that's what it takes. Crack on. It shouldn't even be a discussion point. You know, as I say, we can spend fortunes, absolute fortunes, on things like defence. Apart from the Falklands, which was miles away, and apart from the Gulf War where we chose to get involved, we've not been at war for more than 80 years. Do we really need to be spending money on warships? Would we not be better off spending it on things like sufficient power to keep the bloody lights on? Mending the schools so they don't collapse on the heads of pupils. Is that not a better idea? That was never planned. It just annoys me. I think there is another drawdown. There is another drawdown. We'll do it at the 3-hour mark, which is that 2:36? Yes, it is. It's about 25 minutes time. We'll do another one. So if you haven't already typed the word Kent into the chat, do so now. Do so quickly. Yes, they demolished all the power plants before they had Sizewell and Hinkley finished. I'm sure this is not unique to the UK, but the UK is the bit where I live, so I'm going to focus on that. We elect our politicians regardless of the colour of their rosette. We elect them on the basis that we consider them to be a pretty smart bunch of people. If you walked around the streets of the UK and said, would you like an idiot in charge of the country, or would you like somebody pretty smart? I think most people would probably say, we would like somebody pretty smart. And yet, last year, Ken Hatcher, if he was still here, would be able to give you the facts and figures, because I know he's got a personal vendetta on this. We came very close on 2 or 3 occasions of the lights going out, because we had closed and dismantled and demolished 25 odd fossil fueled power stations without a replacement. Hinkley Point, which we're going to come on to in about 20 minutes or so, we're going to come on to that. Hinkley Point is not finished. Sizewell isn't finished. Every time we intend to put in new solar farms or wind farms or stations to draw power from water, from the sea and that kind of thing, every single time we do that, it meets with planning objections. Planning objections. So, would you rather sit in the dark, or would you rather have a wind turbine a mile off sea, or offshore rather? It doesn't seem like a particularly hard set of maths to me. And yet, as I say, our powers that be, and they are, same as they've done with HS2. We need more capacity from the south of England to the north of England. Yeah, but it's quite expensive and it's quite difficult. And for crying out loud, and we didn't even touch on this when we were talking about HS2. HS2 was estimated to create something like 20,000 jobs. What happens to those 20,000 jobs? Now, what is the ultimate cost? If we not we, but if Rishi Sunak wakes up tomorrow having had a rough night in his palatial surroundings and says, "That's it, I've decided, I've given it an awful lot of thought, I'm binning HS2," and 20,000 people end up on the dole, how much does that cost the nation? Has anybody factored that in? Have they? Mick Norton says, back in the day, I parked up and switched off my Cat D4C dozer and was pounced on by an ultra keen newly appointed site foreman who pointed at the gauge on the D4C fuel tank and pronounced, "You're virtually out of fuel. Get it sorted now." I'm doing voices now. I took great delight in telling him that particular gauge measures pressure, not capacity, you muppet. The dipstick measures the capacity. I don't think we call people muppets anywhere near often enough. Thank you for that, Mick. So they're all about us paying per mile now. I think that is one of the plans. Yeah, excuse me. The Heysham 2 and Torness Advanced Gas-Cooled Reactor AGR nuclear power stations in the UK are to stop generating electricity in 2028, 2 years earlier than previously planned, operator EDF Energy has announced. So, based on what Peter McKenna has just said, my advice to you all is to go out and buy lots and lots and lots of candles, and probably canned goods as well, because the lights are going to go out. What the hell, people? I mean, seriously. I was shooting with a man who works for one of the national power suppliers near a coal-fired power station, one of the hottest days of the year, when I commented that it was working. His reply was, "What does that tell you?" Yeah, what does that tell you? I still think we're peeing into the wind when we in this country are all buying electric cars, diggers, etc., go renewable, when the rest of the world's biggest populations are not doing anything. Yeah, it's a hard one, but I don't. What is there is an expression. What was that thing that they said about the Nazis? Evil survives when good men do nothing, or something along those lines. Just because the Chinese are still belching smoke into the atmosphere, just because the Americans blow hot and cold, quite literally, on things environmental, does that give us a free pass? Do we just, well, if the Indians sign up, then we'll be part of it. If not, we won't. That's not the way it works, surely. Imagine. I'm struggling for an analogy. Imagine you're walking down the street and there is a mugging taking place. There's an elderly lady who's been knocked to the ground and somebody's trying to take her handbag away from her. And there are 20 people, all with their camera phones, filming it but doing nothing. And you, as a right-minded individual, think, well, I'm not going to stop and watch. I'm going to do something about this, and I'm going to confront the guy that's doing it. That's the difference. Just because other people have stood by it, not doing anything, I don't think is an excuse to not do anything. My personal feelings. Let me just have a look. See, yeah, we are back up to 10 entries. I don't know whether that's because it takes off those that have won before. But I've seen another entry there from Dan Cullen. So you're in the draw, I think. Question of the day. My dad was my greatest influence. I think it often is. Al Grissom says, same here, my dad. And bizarrely, there was a time I'd have said complete opposite to that. My dad was teetotal for a long while. For a long while, I was the very opposite of teetotal. He had some very old-fashioned values when it came to old-fashioned values when it came to a lot of things, but particularly the way in which women are treated. And I'm not saying that I'm a reformed wife batterer. I'm most certainly not. But when you brought home the third girlfriend of the week, he would have plenty to say about it. And there was a long time, particularly when I was a drinker. Two of us couldn't be in the same room together. And then I got to probably 20 years old. I looked at it and thought, actually, by and large, he was right on almost all of those things. And he ended up being my best man at my wedding, because he was quite easily the best man that I knew. So yeah, I think that's a fairly common one among men. My father was my greatest influence. I also look up to some, not all of my friends. There are inspirational characters in my life right now. Yeah, and it, I don't like using the word influencer because of the social media connotations with it. But I am quite an easily influenced person, which was to my detriment when I was younger, because forever in trouble for one thing or another. But we went to Samota, the exhibition over in Italy, in Verona earlier this year, back in May, thereabouts. And there's a big square in Verona where there's this old arena, ancient Roman arena, but there's a square around it, lots of restaurants and bars and coffee shops and stuff. And I was sat there for a week, watching people walk by. And yes, it's very nice to watch very, very beautiful Italian women promenading with their tiny dogs. But I have to say, I spent a lot of time watching the Italian men, because Italian men have a certain flair about them. And I have to admit, I came back and I spent quite a bit of money on some new clothes, basically influenced entirely by the Italians. And the point I'm trying to make here is, I think overall, the man, such as I am, the man that I am today, I think draws an awful lot from my dad. It draws an awful lot from my grandfather on my mother's side. But I think there's other bits that I've kind of borrowed. Let me take that off the screen because you can't see my fingers. Other bits that I've borrowed from people, male and female, over the years. I really admire the way that he does that thing. And some of it is really, really straightforward. I've got a mate who is really, really good at keeping in touch. I know it sounds ridiculous, but because I work, 11, 12 hours a day. By the time I'm finished, I'm usually knackered, I'm hungry, and I'm sat there with a phone in my lap thinking, I should probably phone so-and-so. I haven't spoken to her for a couple of weeks or a month or whatever it might be. And then the moment passes and I don't. I owe my sister a phone call. When my parents were both ill and subsequently died, and then we've had the whole machinations of selling their house and everything else, my sister and myself were phoning each other daily, sometimes 2-3 times a week, but it's dwindled and it's dwindled. She went on holiday about 4 weeks ago and I've not spoken to her since. I owe her a phone call. And as I say, I've got a mate who is really, really good, who will phone up just literally to say, haven't spoken to you for about a week. How's things? How's tricks? Should we meet up? Want to grab a bite to eat or whatever it might be? And you draw these little bits and pieces from people. I'm a big fan of that. The world's environment is just a little bit about our heads. We all need to be singing from the same hymn sheet. And you wouldn't have thought that would be hard, bearing in mind what is at stake, like the survival of the species. You would have thought that would. I wasn't around, okay, but you think back to how not just our nation, but many nations around the world reacted to the First World War and then the Second World War. Here is a thing that is a threat, and we have clubbed together. We have set aside our political differences, and we've set aside our international differences, and we are going to stand and fight. Look at the situation in Ukraine. We will happily stand up and say that Vladimir Putin is a bad guy, an evil guy, and he should be stopped. And we're quite happy to join forces with the French and the Germans and the Americans and supply missiles and stuff to prevent that happening. We can all come together as one for that thing. Why can't we come together for one for the biggest threat, i.e., the world catching fire? You'd have thought, wouldn't you? Mick Norton says, if the USA invested $54 trillion recommended to meet the international carbon neutral targets, would it alter the Earth's temperature by a single degree? Not a chance. So, listen, maybe it's because I've got grandchildren and maybe I'll be around for long enough to have great grandchildren. Who the hell knows? But what's the alternative? Do we just stand and wait for it to catch fire? Is that what we're saying? Oh, it's a big old problem, and even $54 trillion won't fix it. Well, Earth was great, but it's screwed now. Let's go and do something else. Is that really what we're saying? Question of the day. Jim Turner says, hand on heart, nobody influenced. I'd like to think I was sending influenced out the but okay, let's get back to Jim. Hand on heart, nobody. I've always gone through life gleaning the good parts from various people. My point earlier entirely. And also noticing their not so good parts and making a note of how not to act too. Yeah. And funnily enough, I mean, I've mentioned my parents a couple of times today. As I say, my dad was very, very strict, and I, as a parent, was less strict. And part of that, I think I'd like to think that I took some of my dad's best traits and use that in my own life and my own parenting. But I also took some of his less, to my mind, pleasant traits. And I think I've got 4 kids. I think 2 of them actually got a smack at some point. The other 2 got away scot-free. Not because I like them more. They probably believe that, but because they didn't overstep that mark. But no, my dad was a constant. he was only ever really a threat of physical violence. He only delivered once. Should I tell you a quick story? One of my dad's rules was very much about swearing in front of my mum. Now, I grew up knowing my mum, and my mum could swear with the best of them. But you didn't swear in front of my mum. It's all right for her to F and Jeff, but you didn't do it in front of them. Anyway, I got into a really stupid argument with my mum one afternoon, and I told her to F off, believing that my dad was at work. My dad was not at work. So the first thing I knew was I got a punch to the back of the head, literally sent me sprawling across the floor. Now, I was about 16 at the time. By the time I was 16, I was about, I don't know, maybe 2-3 inches taller than my dad and probably outweighed him by a stoner or thereabouts. And my automatic reaction was, because, I was a young guy and I'd had fights on football pitches and stuff. So my automatic reaction was to stand up, and literally I had a punch ready to go. Now, when you're 16 and you've been in fights, if you cock a punch and you're ready to offload, people generally take a step back because they don't want to get a punch. My dad, smaller and lighter than me, stepped forward. That was weird. And he said, if you do, you better make it count, because if I get up, you're going to be in a world of hurt. I put my hand down and just accepted defeat. Yeah. So yes, you do. You do. A long way of saying you do pick the best and the worst. Pick the worst and stick with it. Take the worst and throw it away. Why is there not an emergency thing to cut off the belt if you roll over as the waist belt? You'd be hanging. Yeah. Why is there not? But even that, in cars, there is a tool, isn't there? There is a tool that you can buy. You have to buy, that can break your windscreen so you can crawl out your car, but it will also cut your seatbelt. And yet you have to buy that. If we're concerned about that, why is that not fitted to the car in some way? Don't know. It is under poor and HSE guidance that plant be fitted with restraint systems, but there is no obligation for operators to actually use them. Thank you for that. Mick Norton says most manufacturers fit 3-point seatbelts as standard, but lap belts are a legal requirement in the UK and will increase your safety. I saw somebody sent me a video a little while ago of a mini excavator going over, and the guy that was driving it had no seatbelt on and thought he could actually get out. His legs are going to take a wee bit of mending as a result of that. Let's have a look. Jim Turner has entered the competition. I thought he'd entered before. Let me have a look. Where are we? Oh, no, we're up to 11 entries. And we're going to draw the final one in about 5 minutes' time. So, question of the hour. My uncle, Alex Campbell. I already like him. That's a fantastic name. Hardly Scottish at all. The man who got me into this industry gave me that's given me and my family a good standard of living and a roof over our heads. It's a bloody good industry we're in. I'd like that as a poster. It's a bloody good industry we're in. It is. And this is another tangent that I could go off. I think the problem with this industry is only getting people through the door in the first place. I think once you've got them in, once you've exposed them to what this industry really is all about, I think a lot of them would stick around because, as Gary has rightly said there, it's a bloody good industry. Bearing in mind, in 5 minutes' time, we'll have been talking for 3 hours about an industry. You wouldn't do that if the industry was crap, would you? You wouldn't do that if you didn't have a passion for it. And you only have a passion for it because it's not crap, because it goes from being a way to put a roof over your head to becoming a passion. Think about something like plant works as an example, right? So somebody like Dan Cullen and Peter McKenna, I met both of them at plant works, so I'm using them as an example. They are on and off construction equipment all the live long day, particularly Dan. Obviously, Peter's got his health issues, but Dan Cullen is on and off machines all the live long day. So come a day off, he could say, sod diggers, sod construction, sod the industry, I want nothing more to do with it. He didn't do that. He took his day off, 2 days off, 3 days off possibly, and he drove up to Peterborough, the East of England showground, and he spent 3 days looking at diggers, the very diggers that he is on every single day of the week. It's not a job, it's not a vocation, it's a passion. Gary Muirhead, it's going to compete with my current t-shirt. If you haven't seen it, there you are. Welcome. Let me do it that way. And I'm talking about this, not the industry. Welcome to the shit show. It is a bloody good industry. I just think we need people to tell others that a little more often. It's also law to provide equipment that cannot be started by unauthorized people. It's some, not all plant is catered for in this way. As I've said, it's law. Law is a funny old thing in this country, isn't it? Let's have a look. Dan Cullen says that's why electric machines, cars are pushing our electricity to the limits. They are, but they're doing so for the right reason. Let's just very, very quickly, let's just nip this kind of in the bud, right? Imagine, here we go. Imagine that's a magic wand. It's not. It's a Sharpie, but it's a magic wand, okay? And I've just waved it. We have a proper hydrogen or electric network in the country. Now, let's say an electric. Electric cars and electric equipment will run for an entire day without needing to charge. We have a system in place to use their batteries in other applications. We've solved all of that, and we have enough electricity to power those machines. So I'm talking about an ideal world. Why would you not use an electric machine on that basis? We've got very, very adept, I think, at putting obstacles in the way when the end goal is for the benefit of all. And I have no time whatsoever for climate change deniers. It's obvious. You've seen the weather here in the UK over the past few years. You've seen what's been happening in other parts of the world. The world is in a pretty shitty place right now. And if all it takes to solve that, and think about this, right? Think about it from an individual point of view. So you've got companies like JCB and Volvo and Liebherr and Hitachi and Komatsu and Caterpillar, or all these people investing millions and millions and millions of pounds to make their machines capable of operating on HVO, on hydrogen or electric. They're doing all of that. You've got the car manufacturers, the Fords, the Hyundais, and they're doing exactly the same. You as private individuals, you're doing your bit for recycling. You've got your low energy light bulbs. You're doing all of these things. You're doing your bit. And then you've got world governments that sat there going, yeah, maybe not. Maybe we'll do a bit. Maybe we won't. Too many Guardian reading. Oh, I like this. Too many Guardian reading middle-class NIMBYs in influential positions of power at local and national government level. Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree. Let's have a look. There are 13 coal power stations left in the UK with enough coal to fuel them all till they close in 2025. And when does Hinkley Point come on stream? It's not in 2025, I don't think. We'll find out. I've got a film. Jim Turner says, the way to change the world for the better environmentally and humanitarianly, sorry, I can't say, is through taxation and trade. You put tax on imports from polluting nations. Money rules the world, not people or morals. Stop that. That's 3 hours. 3 hours. Bear with me. Getting croaky. I knew I would. Oh, that's made no difference whatsoever. So 3 hours. That means we are due another question. Who would be your ideal dinner guest? See, I'm kind of landing the plane. It's the ideal end is an hour and a half away. But I started out fairly seriously, and I'm getting less serious as we go along. So who would be your ideal dinner guest? And there are special prizes for anyone that says to me, no, there isn't. I made that up. However, there are prizes. I know there's more chat to go through, but I'll tell you what, let me do this one first. Question of the day. My greatest influence was my English teacher, Leonard Arthur Pretty, ex-World War I soldier, put me back on the straight and narrow back in 1956 with just the power of the English language. I'm glad you said that because you just reminded me of another one. I had a checkered school career. Let's just say that there were some things I was good at, English and English literature and that kind of thing. That was very much my thing. Hated maths, hated science, and so on down the line. So and my schoolwork completely reflected that. But I had two teachers, Mr. McBride and Miss Elphick, who saw beyond all of that and who were absolutely an influence on my life. Got to thank one, never got to thank the other one, which is something of a shame. Al Grierson, you are assuming that people are rational actors. Yeah, you're right, who will do what is sensible. However, you forget how the internet has radicalized people with too much time on their hands. Hasn't that? And, you know, that pains me to the core. When I first started using Tinternet, however long ago that was, the very fact that I could, well, to begin with, it was email. The very fact that I could send an email message and somebody the other side of the world would receive it within seconds blew my mind, bearing in mind what I used to do for a living, a magazine. So I would write an article, the article would go to the design people, would go to a typesetter, would go to a printer, would go to a distribution house, and might ultimately make it to the person I was trying to reach. All of those steps, all of them hurdles and stumbling blocks between my words and the person that needed to read them. And to have an email where you could literally press the send button and somebody on the other side of the world would read that. Blew my mind. And then also, because of what I do for a living, the ability to find pretty much any fact or any quote or whatever it might be that you need for a specific article, much the same as I've dredged up JFK this morning. Absolutely blows my mind. And for a while, yes, it's always been the Wild West, the internet, but for a while it did feel like it was the device that would actually bring us together. I know people say it's made the world smaller, and I do agree with that, but how it's been used and abused of late. And I actually have more of an issue with that, the radicalization and the segregation of people, than I do with things like porn. Child porn, abhorrent, stamp it out, lock people up for life if they're doing that kind of thing. Porn, I don't give a toss about. I honestly don't give a toss about. But the radicalization of people using that, it's like we've learned nothing. I've referred to the Wild West. The Wild West, it was gun law and but gradually it created its own civilization, if you can call America civilization, and that's where we ended up. And yet we had a chance to do it all again online, to create a perfect environment to learn and to come together and to build community. And yet, rather than bringing us together, in a lot of instances, it's actually brought us further apart. And when you see some of it, conspiracy theories and all that kind of thing, it just seems such a waste. All of the sum of human knowledge is there on the internet, and yet you have some people spouting complete nonsense, and they are the ones that people listen to. The Andrew Tate experience over the past year or two. The guy's an absolute buffoon. Never mind he's misogynistic and the sex trafficking. Never mind all that. The guy is a tit. If he was saying those things in my house, I'd throw him out on his ear. I don't care how much kickboxing he did as a kid. I'd throw him out on his ear. And yet on the internet, he's given a platform and is held up as some kind of masculine ideal. I just don't understand it. Now let's go back to here. If you work 40 hours a week up until 65 years, you will work just over 90,000 hours in your lifetime. 90,000 hours. Is that good use of our time? Going back to what I was just saying there, where we could have created a new reality, a new world, and that kind of thing. Do we really want to be giving up 90,000 hours of our time for work? Is that really a good idea? I often jokingly say that we've got our weeks backwards. I'd prefer to work Saturday and Sunday and then take the rest of the week off. That would be my ideal. Who designed weeks and weekends? You weren't paying attention, whoever you were. I was more scared of my mum than my dad. She'd fight anyone. Like it. Graham Williams says, and normally supplied diggers, those things cutting the safety belt. Are they? Never spotted one, but I'll take your word for it. Al Grierson, mission accomplished. Child no longer starving. Back in the office. Welcome back. I'm sure we look fantastic on the iPad anyway, but welcome back. It should be a law to provide an implement for cutting seatbelts attached securely in ease of reach of the operator to cut the belt in the event of an accident. Plant manufacturers out there, are you listening? Peter McKenna has decreed we need an implement for cutting seatbelts. I could never not look at machines, says Dan Cullen. I eat and dream plant. Eat, sleep, and dream plant. Yeah, when I'm singling you out there, I would say, I'm not saying that to decry. I'm saying that because it's a good thing. You have an absolute passion. Why would you be giving up your Saturday morning listening to this Burke if you didn't have a passion for it? Dan Cullen says, in all fairness, as you need to replace the battery with no time scale on battery lasting 2 to 4 years. What is the average last of electric car batteries? According to Volvo, because I got this from Volvo, they reckon that the batteries in an electric machine, not a car, electric machine, will outlast the machine. It may go on to a different application for energy storage, to power a lighting tower or something like that, but they will outlast the machine. Peter McKenna says that transport industry is in exactly the same predicament as the construction industry. Both industries need men or women on the ground to stand in unison. We all do the job for all the same reasons, yet no one will stick together. If all the operators stood down for a few days, we could change the industry overnight. And therein lies the problem, I think. It's precisely that. Depending whereabouts in the world you are, I'm sure we all have different views on Margaret Thatcher. The good, the bad, the different, the indifferent. Margaret Thatcher and her ruling on council house ownership allowed my parents to buy their own home and subsequently buy another home and so on down the line. So on the there's that on that side. But I came, my father was a union member. I was for a little while until I thought I knew better and ducked out. But at their core, bearing in mind what they did, what unions did, and that idea to be able to stand up, things like, not just for pay, although that's often thrown up, but unsafe practices. If you go to an employer and say, I have seen an unsafe practice, they might take you seriously. They might make corrective action, or they might say that you're a troublemaker and look for some way to get rid of you. That's one person. If 20, 30, 100 people did that, what are they going to do? Sack you all? So the job comes to a standstill? No, they're not. Where is that unified voice? Aside from here, basically. Gary Muirhead says, where are the boxer dogs? I thought they were going to put in an appearance. Bear with me. I'll see if I can find them next time I take a break. Now, did we do the draw? Did we do another draw? I need to do another draw. Initially expected to be operational in 2023, the Hinkley Point C reactors now projected to start producing power in June 2027, highlighting significant setbacks. I am going to play your video about Hinkley Point, more as an engineering feat than keeping you up to date with timelines. But think about that. Think about that. Think about the fact that we're losing all the final of our coal-fired power stations, and the great saviour, Hinkley Point C, is delayed by 4 years. We're going to need a lot of candles, people. My ideal dinner guests, says Dan Cullen, yourself, Nigel Williams, Peter McKenna, and Jim Turner. What a fine showing that would be. Absolutely. Peter McKenna says, any of my breakfast show pals. And Graham Footy Williams as well. We need a big table. Question of the day, or all of you together. I think that's a splendid idea. Let's have a look. Instagram is a paedophile playground. I deleted it and reported it on Twitter to the authorities. Never come across that. There's some dodgy stuff that goes on over there, but I've never come across that. But yes, okay, I will take your word for it. Question of the hour. There's not just one guest at my dinner party, but lots of guests, and they would be everyone on the show. You can imagine the conversation we would have. We would put the world to rights. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how loud it would be? Everybody trying to have their say at once. I think that's a fantastic idea. We need to do it. I do as well, but it's getting my foot back in the door to drive them diggers, says Graham Williams, who, incidentally, let me bring you up to date. So I first encountered Mr. Williams because he was struggling to get his cards replaced because he was losing them under grandfather rights. Our friend Mick Norton, who is in the chat, stepped in, spoke to the people at Knockin, and they stepped in as well. So they got him his cards. He then had an issue trying to find a pair of boots to fit him because his feet are a size 17. Size 17! The chat stepped in and we pointed him in the right direction. I think Peter McKenna may have actually recommended somebody to provide the boots. Not entirely sure who that was. And then, as if that weren't enough obstacles for one person, he then encountered the fact that his would-be employer wanted him to sit a medical. At first glance, he is based down in Devon, Paynton Way, I think. He's based down in Devon, and I think at first glance, it appeared that he was going to have to travel about 200 miles to get his medical. Again, the chat came to his rescue, and we found, somebody found, I can't remember who it was, somebody found somewhere in Bristol that was able to do it. So earlier this week, he hopped over. It was 2 hours there, 2 hours back, got his medical, passed with flying colours because he's a fine, upstanding gentleman. He's basically got the green light to get himself to work. All he needs now is a piece of paper to prove that, and then somebody to offer him a job. So he's hopped over the obstacle for cards. He's hopped over the obstacle, very large obstacle, for boots. He's now hopped over the medical. The only thing standing in his way is somebody saying, "Graham, do you fancy a job, mate?" And then he's going to be back in action, which probably means we'll lose him as a viewer. But good. It's for the right reasons. Bait time. Anyone for a sausage sandwich? Chris, if you could send one my way. In actual fact, now you said that, I think when I finally push this thing over the finish line, I will go and do precisely that. Broadway Calf down the road. Get the sausages on right now because I'm headed your way. Cargo airline staff here went on strike. This is in Luxembourg for 3 days and got everything they were asking for. It is possible. Graham Footy Williams, he fancies a sausage sandwich as well. I think we need a bit of a... Do we need a break? Not as such. Okay, I've just had that. Mark, the link's hidden and Dan wants to go live. Can you repost the link? I tell you what, I need to go to the loo and to blow my nose. So I'll do it when I get back. But I've got another video that I wanted to play you, and I know the order's all over the shop here. I'm just going to play that one. Dan Cullen says, "Well done, Graham Williams. You've achieved an amazing feat," which, given that his nickname is Footy, is perfect. Graham Williams' story is proof that Mark's show and its followers are indeed a force for good. Good luck, Graham. Thanks for that, Mick. I appreciate that. But isn't it preposterous? Isn't it preposterous that a working man with all of that experience, in the midst of a skills shortage, has to rely upon the assistance of a tin pot YouTube show and its ragtag collection of viewers? How ridiculous is that? Now, going back a stage, we were talking about HS2 and the fact that it was ambitious and expensive and stuff like that. I take all that on board. The British attitude to that is, oh, it's a lot of money and it's a lot of time and it's difficult and everything else. Over in Saudi Arabia, they take quite a different viewpoint. Now, I realise that I've discussed the Line project, this mega city that's going to be, whatever it is, 170 kilometres in a straight line. I know we've spoken about that. But please bear that in mind, because that is only a part of something that will blow your mind. Have a look at this when I can get it to play.
World's newest autonomous city-state. It is located in the northwest of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea and spans an area of about 16,000 square miles. The laws of Saudi Arabia will not apply to NEOM, as it will have its own laws, regulations, and rules that are designed to accommodate the world's top investors, elites, royals, innovators, and brightest minds from all cultures. It is designed as a utopic, 100% green, ultra-healthy society that is powered by AI and renewables, a limitless engine for innovation, technology, R&D, and bioengineering. Additionally, it will be an extremely healthy place to live. In fact, opposite to how normal cities are built and expanded, NEOM is designed around the people who will inhabit it so that they are always in a state of comfort, good health, motivated, living to their full potential, happy, and safe. More than 3,000 people from 86 countries are already living and working in different sites, building the mega projects that will make up NEOM. Thousands more are converging on the city as delivery dates approach and construction heats up. The heart of NEOM is the Line, which by 2045 will accommodate up to 9 million people. Contrary to what many imagined and the skeptic envious wished it to be, the Line is not a mere building of stacked modules of living quarters, but rather a living, vibrant city. It consists of two parallel structures, each 656 feet wide, 1,640 feet high, that's higher than most skyscrapers in the world, and 107 miles long, extending from a one-of-a-kind marina on the Red Sea and deep into the Saudi desert. So, it is technically two skyscrapers that are 107 miles long with a massive Zen garden, golf courses, entertainment centers, and transport hubs between them. Well, sort of, but not exactly. It is a lot more than that. There will be no roads, cars, or emissions in the line. It will run on 100% renewable energy, and 95% of the land will be preserved for nature. The interior architecture is also quite hard to explain because it is not merely two massive structures, but rather a city where one can reach green spaces within a 2 minutes walk, work in as little as 5 minutes, and everything else they can dream of or need in mere minutes. Imagine this. The line will eventually accommodate millions of people, but will have a footprint of only 21 square miles. In comparison, a city like New York has a footprint of nearly 460 square miles, and an average person spends about 15% of their lifetime commuting. The line will also have a high-speed rail, with an end-to-end transit of 20 minutes, that is 107 miles in 20 minutes. They are also testing a Hyperloop as an option for transportation, so make sure to check out our previous video about Hyperloops. It simply represents a solution to pollution, climate change, urban sprawl, and every problem cities around the world face today. It will boast an ideal climate all year round that will ensure that residents can enjoy the surrounding nature when traveling on foot. As a layered, ultra-efficient city, people will move seamlessly in 3 dimensions, up, down, or across. This concept is referred to as zero-gravity urbanism. This concept layers public parks and pedestrian areas, schools, homes, shops, and places of work, so that one can move effortlessly to reach all daily needs within 5 minutes. The exterior facade will be made of massive mirrors that are literally the most challenging part of the whole project, because mirrors of such size and strength are not just hard to make, but also quite difficult to move. This magnificent facade will make the line blend with nature. And of course, residents will need more than just malls, cinemas, shops, restaurants, and you name it to fulfill their entertainment needs. Hence, not too far from the line, an iconic world-class destination for tourism is being built. This second mega project within NEOM is called Trojena. Trojena will be the world's first year-round dry, wet, and skiing resort right in the desert. It will span 37 square miles and be located on elevations ranging from 5,000 feet to 8,200 feet. Trojena will offer year-round outdoor skiing and adventure sports, which requires the construction of a stunning, massive man-made freshwater lake called the Vault that will be used to make snow all year round on ski slopes designed to please skiers, snowboarders, and cross-country trekkers all year round. On completion in late 2026, Trojena will also contain a broad range of mostly luxury homes, including apartments, chalets, and mansions, plus hotels ranging from the ultra-luxury and experiential to wellness and family resorts. In addition, there will be a wide range of retail, leisure, and dining options. It will provide extraordinary opportunities for residents and visitors looking for luxury, adventure, entertainment, livability, and escape from the everyday. It is also designed as a nature reserve. This leads us to an important question. What will be the economic engine of NEOM? The answer is another mega project called the Oxagon. To build and maintain NEOM and ensure that it is a major central global economic, industrial, freight, tourism, and financial hub like no other on the planet that attracts investors, professionals, and the best minds, a floating industrial city is being built in the Red Sea. The core concept of the Oxagon is Industry 4.0 and the circular economy. Factories of the future are already being built. It will be a place where innovators and entrepreneurs can accelerate ideas from labs to market. It will boast a fully automated next-generation port that will offer unparalleled connectivity to global markets, enabled by an integrated physical and digital supply chain. The Oxagon will be based on the same philosophy and principles as the line. Additionally, it will be located close to the Suez Canal, through which approximately 15% of the globe's trade passes. And of course, it will be green, powered by clean energy, and environmentally sustainable. 7 particular sectors will be the beating heart of the Oxagon's industrial development. These industries are sustainable energy, autonomous mobility, water innovation, sustainable food production, health and well-being, technology, and digital manufacturing, including telecommunications, space technology, and robotics, and modern methods of construction, all powered by 100% renewable energy. The Octagon will begin accepting its first tenants in 2024. As great as NEOM and all these mega projects within it are, engineers and innovators still felt that something is missing. Then it occurred to them that 71% of planet Earth is covered with water, so they decided to build the majestic Sindala Island. Sindala will be an incomparable, breathtaking island destination. It will be an exclusive gateway to the stunning Red Sea, designed to fascinate and accommodate the global yachting community, as well as visitors looking for exquisite, exclusive luxury. Sindala will open in the early 2024 as a taste of what else is to come at NEOM. It is designed to take high-end tourism to new levels never seen before. The resort will include a beach club, yacht club, spa, and wellness center, plus 51 luxury retail outlets, in addition to luxury hotels and a large marina. And because it is Saudi Arabia, you can expect many of the fixtures across the facilities to be entirely made of, or at least plated with gold. The words sumptuous, opulent, and genius have to be reinvented to describe the luxury Sindala will offer. It will feature 3 breathtaking hotels, offering 413 rooms, including 88 villas, as well as 333 serviced apartments. Sindala will combine world-class hospitality, fine dining, and curated events in one perfect destination. An enchanting island pulsing from day through to night. Sindala will simply be a 2.75 million square foot playground for the world's luxury travelers and investors who are looking to invest and live in NEOM.
Don't know what happened there. It just seemed to run out of power. I'm just putting in my lunch order, actually. Bear with me for 1 second. Just talk amongst yourselves. I'm back. Right, okay, so a couple of bits and pieces to go through from the chat. Now, one of them is this. The line, it's like the Harry Styles movie, Don't Worry, Darling. Has anyone seen it? I haven't. You might be on the money. You might be completely leading me down a garden path. Al Grisden says, ha ha. Same thought here, Gary. I need to go and see it. Is it about a futuristic city? I don't know. Pass me by it entirely. Chris Ford couldn't think of a worse place to live. It does look, the line does look a bit Blade Runner dystopian future waiting to happen, isn't it? I'm gonna throw. I tell you what, let me just grab this link because somebody does want to join us on the chat. I'm just going to post a link in the chat. Join us on the show, and there is the link. You should be able to see that now. If you want to join us on the show, you can do so using that link. Peter McKenna, I feel your pain. I've got a fast boil kettle, yet waiting for it seems to take longer than leaving it to its own devices. We had a perfectly serviceable white kettle up until about 3 months ago. My wife decided it didn't quite suit the ambience of our kitchen and got rid of it and replaced it with one of these clear with a blue sort of neon light thing going on inside. Dan Cullen, we haven't done the draw yet. I'm just about to do it. And it takes forever. So I'm the first one up in the morning, and I used to come down, put the kettle on, feed the dogs. By the time I'd fed the dogs, the kettle would have been boiled, make myself a cup of coffee, make my wife a cup of coffee, take hers up to her in bed, and then I'd come down and start work on the show. Now, come down, put the kettle on, feed the dog, excuse me, and then I come and do 5 minutes work because the kettle's still thinking about it. Yeah. Peter McKenna says, have you seen the videos of what they've done for it up to now? I've seen a few, and I know Aaron Witt, Build Wit over on Instagram has been there, and I'm fairly sure that Chris McGuinness of Awesome Earth Movers is planning. He's either been to or he is going to the site for the line, so you'll be able to see him now. I will come back to all this other stuff, but we have hat collector and friend to the stars, Dan Cullen. Morning, Dan.
Good afternoon. How are we all?
Yes, it is afternoon. I've completely forgotten. That's a damn fine hat you're sporting there.
Oh yes, one of the best. One of the best. One of many. You know.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nice to be on for a change. Keep talking about it, but never fulfilled.
Do you have a point? Do you have a question? Do you have a comment? Do you have a soapbox
Yes.
to stand on?
Right. Here's the question. On site, when you jump in a machine, they tell you have to wear your seatbelt. But is it an HSE regulatory? Is it just on particular sites that you have to wear it? Or because I had that argument with a few people, and I goes, it's nowhere, it's not written in the handbook that you have to wear your seatbelt while operating a machine or a dozer or a dump truck.
Well, I'll tell you what, for an answer to that, I'm going to throw over to Mick Norton, who is probably still here. I'm sure he will have the official answer. My understanding is that manufacturers are required to provide seatbelts. And I think some sites insist on the use of those seatbelts, but as far as I'm aware, there is not actually a specific regulation or a law that states that you absolutely have to.
Yeah, like you're driving a car, you have to wear the seatbelt or you get 3 points. But, you know, it's...
If anybody has an answer to
certain
that...
cases, yeah, you do. You know, it'd be interesting to find out what the outcome would be.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, while we're waiting for somebody to come up with an answer for that, and I know you've been asking about the prize draw, how about we do another one? You're still on screen, and I need to go over to here. This is going to be the third and the final. We've already got our winners. Who were the previous winners? Peter McKenna won the first one. Chris Ford won the second. Let's find out who has won the third.
Let's hope it's not me this time.
Well, I'm kind of hoping it is because I want to see the look on your face if you do win. But let's see. It is Mick Saunders who has left. Mick Saunders has actually left, but congratulations, Mick. Yes, I will. I'll drop him a line and get his address to make sure that he gets his prize. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. I tell you what, Dan, I'll let you go, but because I've got other bits and pieces that I need to share. But if anybody has got an answer on this regulations relating to seatbelts, please let us know. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, and like as I say, like the cutting of the seatbelt. So if you're lying at a precarious angle and you're the waist belt, how are you going to get that off? You have to cut it, and how are you going to cut it with?
I'm just going to throw that one up very quickly. Al Grissom says, congrats, Mick. Yeah, absolutely congrats. Dan, loved it to see you. I'll speak to you again soon.
You too? Right.
Probably. But yes, I'll let you get back to your day. Now, going back to... Oh, there was Hi Dan saying from Al Grissom. Yeah, Gary Muirhead. I wish it was Saudi Arabia that was building HS2. It would have been finished. You don't see them saying, no, it's going to cost too much. Let's just forget it. The country has some imagination. It has imagination. And I realise Saudi Arabia has its oil wealth and everything else. But they have looked at a problem of even things like, I mean, I put a comment in the chat, they are creating a ski resort in the desert. Somebody has had an idea, a preposterous idea, I think you'll agree, skiing in the desert. And somebody has said, I'd like to be able to ski in the desert. Can we make that happen? And they've got their heads together and they've gone, yeah, it'll be expensive, but we could do that. Let's do it. Compare that to the namby-pamby HS2. It's a long way and it's expensive and skills shortages and dear Lord, we can put people on the moon. We can make it possible to ski in the desert, but we can't build a railway to link Manchester and Birmingham for the love of all that's holy. I'd say if whoever's holding the bag, safety wires on site, wants you to wear it, then that's what you do, or you're out the gate. It's their plant, or their site, their plant, their rules. I've just split up a dogfight between our Rottweiler pug and our pocket bully. I'm knackered now. Pug started it, and I finished it. And no, as a general rule, bullies aren't dangerous. As soon as I said stop, the bully stopped, and the pug wanted to carry on. They are a pocket dynamo. The pug, I won't have a word said against them. And just to let you know, Gary, I did go and find the boxer dogs. The boxer dogs could not be snoring more loudly if they tried. I'll save them for another time. How much would any project, if you got rid of the bovine scatter, Okay, I'm with you. That's also known as BS, I think. Congratulations, mixes, Gary Mewett. Good question. Is there a shortage of labour in that NEOM? See, that's where I'm all for NEOM, just as a pure engineering thing. I so hope that they finish it before I toe my toes up. As a pure engineering type thing, brilliant. As a feat for humanity, fantastic. The problem is, as we saw with the Qatar World Cup, the Saudis and the Middle Easterns don't really like building stuff themselves. They'd much rather bring in some really, really cheap labour from the likes of the Philippines. And as a result, lots of people die during the process. I'd hate to think what the death toll might be with the Line and Oxagon. I even like the names. Oxagon sounds like a Jean-Michel Jarre album, synth album from way back when. So who won the mug? Because that to go somewhere else. So we've got, I'm going to make a note. The winners were Peter McKenna, Chris Ford, and Mick Saunders. They are the winners. They are all proud owners of Kent Demolition goodies of various shades. Now, just to let you know, if you are one of the winners, unless I can get to the post office really, really quickly, my local post office will be closed, in which case I won't be able to send them to you until Wednesday. So apologies if there is a delay, but I will do my level best. I will run down there as soon as this is over. One mug wins another. Yeah, well, listen, it's a circular economy here on this show. Now, I can tell you we've been going for 3 hours and 34 minutes, which is mental. I can't believe that's the case. I did mention earlier that I was going to flashback. I'm just going to go back to Stephen Guthrie. Heading out, guys. Very interesting morning. Thanks, guys. Thank you for being here, Stephen. Sorry you didn't win, but maybe next time. Peter McGenna says, it's fine, Mark. I may get this prize. Fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. If the postman doesn't decide he fancies himself a recycled plastic Kent Demolition mug, I'll do my level best to get it there. I mentioned Hinkley Point C earlier in all of this, because for all that I said about HS2 and our lack of ambition, Hinkley Point is going on, taking rather too long. It's costing too much money. It's going to be late and over budget and all the things, but it is quite an astonishing piece of engineering. Now, they do not like the outside media popping down to Hinkley Point. Basically, as far as the outside media is concerned, Hinkley Point C is tighter than an otter's pocket. However, we have managed to track down a guided tour of the works. And I've watched it from afar thinking that's a big project. It's only when you see it up close that you realise just how big. So, as we are now about 45 minutes from calling this a halt and celebrating our victory over time, let's have a look at Hinkley Point C.
Welcome to Hinkley Point C, where we're building Britain's first nuclear power station in more than 30 years. Night and day, it'll power 6 million homes and will be crucial in helping us achieve net zero and stronger energy security. Right now, we're busy working towards a really big milestone in the project's construction. Let's go and find out more. Welcome to the heart of the first reactor building. The teams are getting ready to lift the 245-ton steel dome on top of the building. It will be a spectacular sight and a significant milestone for the project. Below me, we have installed the support ring, which will hold the reactor in place. The reactor arrived on site early this year and will be installed next year. You can see we poured the concrete around the big prefabricated pool, which will be home to the reactor for its operational life. Next, we'll fit the huge equipment hatch, which will be installed on this opening behind me. It will open and close, allowing equipment to be moved into the reactor building during construction and operation. In the coming months, we'll put the polar crane on the brackets which are being prepared above me. It's a huge rotating crane that will sit under the dome. It's under construction here on site and will be lifted in one giant piece. All these elements have to be completed before we can lift the dome, which is just over there. Good morning. We're here at the dome, where we're making the final preparations before the dome will be lifted into place later this year. Let's go and take a look. Wow, look around. We're now under the dome itself. We've spent a lot of time working on the steel structure, carrying out the manufacturing, welding, coating, and services installation and testing. And in just a few months, it'll be lifted on top of Unit 1 by Big Carl, the world's largest land-based crane. There's a real sense of anticipation and excitement, and we've been building for this moment since the project began. Once the dome is lifted, the first reactor building will be weatherproof, so our mechanical and electrical teams can really get to work on installing the pipes, the equipment, and the cables. We'll also start introducing the big nuclear components, like our steam generators, which have finished initial testing at Framatome in France. Now, all these components need to be controlled from one central point. And that central point is our main control room, and it will be installed right here on this concrete slab. We're busily finishing the walls that will sit around the main control room, but it won't be long before it'll look just like this. Our trainee reactor operators are already using the simulator, which is an exact replica of what the control room will eventually look like. The actual control room is on the other side of the site and will be lifted to where I'm standing before Christmas and then fitted out. It will control the reactor building and also the power generation in the turbine hall. Unit 1's turbine hall is really taking shape. Right here, we'll install the world's largest steam turbine, the Arabelle, made by our colleagues at General Electric. The turbine will generate electricity using steam generated from the heat in the reactors. These huge white structures above my head are the roof trusses, taking the hall to its full 50-meter height. We're now gearing up to install the 300-ton crane. It's under construction in Avonmouth and will be used to install and maintain the equipment in the turbine hall. So that's above ground. Now let's go underground. I'm now on my way out to the end of the tunnel, which will return water to the Bristol Channel, more than a mile out to sea. It's big enough to take a train and is one of 3 tunnels which will circulate our cooling water. I'm right at the end of the outfall tunnel, where 23 meters above us, 2 huge jacket vessels are drilling down through the seabed. This summer, they installed 6 giant steel casings to form shafts. We'll join it with the tunnels down here and we'll dig out to make the connection. It's some of the most complex work in our entire project. Back here on shore, the pump house is progressing really well. Civil works are now 2/3 complete and the mechanical and electrical works are underway. Now let's go and check out one of my favourite views of the site. From here you have a great view of Unit 2, our second reactor. After slowing down during the pandemic, work is progressing well here, particularly on the concrete inner and outer containment structures on the reactor building. And it means we'll be ready to install the second steel inner ring later this year. Construction of the whole of Unit 2 and its systems is really benefiting from the lessons learned over at Unit 1. Many tasks are achieved in 20 to 30% less time than on Unit 1. That replication principle underpins our plans to build an identical power station at Sizewell in Suffolk. And that's it for our latest tour. I am so proud of the people working here on site and the thousands of people working on this project right across the world. Next time you're here, the dome will be on Unit 1 and the site will have transformed again. More of our mechanical and electrical work will be underway and we'll be installing and testing more equipment so that it's ready when the power station becomes operational. See you then. Thank you.
Quite a feat of engineering, I think you will agree. Let's have a look. Peter McKinnon says exactly the same thing. Hinkley Point C is an amazing feat of engineering. Dan Cullen points out that it is a foreign country running Hinkley. Is it France? Is it EDF? I think it may be France. And I know a lot of the tech that's going in there is probably Chinese as well. 6 million homes, and when Sizewell, how many will that supply? Need many more to supply the country. Yeah, we're not over by a long shot. And bearing in mind, our population is increasing, people are living longer, and so on down the line. So we're not out of the woods yet. Not a great fan of nuclear, says Al Grissom, but what a feat of engineering. Yeah, and I think this is, from the construction standpoint, I think this is a key point as well. This is why I like working on big sites. To say I was there and helped build it. Can you imagine having that on your CV? Imagine telling your children and your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, you see that? I built that. Not all of it, but I did a bit of it. I'd certainly do that. Graham Williams. Somebody says nuclear, somebody is going to say Chernobyl, aren't they? Could you imagine they get all that done, suddenly there's a problem, it ends up going bang. Look what they had to do in Chernobyl. Can you imagine that? I'd rather not imagine that, if you don't mind. We started on the dark end of the spectrum, and I don't want to go back there again. Before I looked at the map, I thought Hinckley was in Leicestershire. Hinckley is in Leicestershire, but Hinkley Point is not. Dan Cullen, that is some project. Together, Sizewell B and Sizewell C will be capable of delivering power for over 8.5 million homes from this small area of Suffolk, the Suffolk coast, and support more renewable energy generation coming online. Indeed, but it'll be years before we see it in operation. Thank you for clarifying. French firm EDF is the majority investor in Hinkley C, with China General Nuclear having a 33% stake. But Sizewell C is intended to be a majority owned by British investors as a result of the legislation currently going through Parliament. Thank you very much. Mick Norton is back. When you look at these exclusive Saudi projects for the globe-trotting rich, it makes you wonder if the oil wealth is wisely spent. Maybe not, but who wouldn't want to go skiing in a desert? Me, I don't ski and I don't want to go to the desert, but you get the idea. Mick, did you see the conversation about seat belts on machines? Are they a legal requirement? Are they legislated? Or is it a case, as my understanding, you are required to fit them as a manufacturer? Many and more sites insist upon them being used, but as far as I know, it's not a legal requirement. I may be completely behind the times. If you can tell me the answer to that. One of the many things I picked up on with that film, did you see the guy that was doing the guided tour, who I thought was very, very good? Did you see the number of those little steel gates that he passed through? Did you see those? Do they serve any purpose? Do they? I understand the idea of controlling walkways and access. You know, we obviously on our day-to-day show we have the FOSS lighting system that can do that by light, and I understand that, you know, permanent sites tend to have, you know, painted red for bits that you don't go on, painted yellow for bits you can, and so on and on. But those little gates, I've been through hundreds of them. Do they do anything? Do they? Have you ever walked through one of those and thought, ah, yes, I'm in a different zone now? I don't think I have. You are required on site to wear safety belts in machine. If the green light, flashing light is not working, you'll get told off, red card, sent away. You have to wear safety belts. It's mandatory. Is it mandatory by law or is it mandatory by site? That's the bit we're trying to understand. As far as I can gather, it's site policy, not law. That's my take on it. But if anybody else knows, I'd love to hear from you. Yep, they're on the majority of sites, those gates. Yeah, as I say, I mean, I went down to the Old Oak Common part of the HS2 project, and I must have walked through 20 or 30 of those during the day. What do they do? What do they do? Some of them, there was one I remember particularly, the tunnel boring machine. You couldn't see it any longer because it long since headed off up the tunnel. But there's a kind of hole in the ground, and you're looking down on it, and there's a bridge that goes over that. And at either end of it, there's one of those gates. What does that do? What is the purpose? Is it to keep the sheep out? I don't understand. Show me the gate, says Chris Ford. Yeah, don't know what that's about. That's the thing. What are they there for? What is their use really? Yeah. What is their use? And yet we all seem to have got, yes, you must have the gate. It's not a safe site unless you've got multiple gates. The hell? And we've all signed up to that. How many thoughts been put into where all this nuclear waste is going to go? Probably not. Probably not. Some of the double gates on HS2 segregate public rights of way. I understand that. But within sites, and I went to the demolition. I'm going to tell you a bit more about this because it was one of the most fascinating jobs I've ever been on. I went on to the demolition or partial demolition of the old Blackfriars Station in London. And because they were working trackside, they weren't actually on the tracks, they weren't anywhere near the tracks, but they were trackside. They had multiple gates, and you basically went through a gate and you walked 50 yards, and you went through another gate, you walked another 50 yards. Why? Why was that there? But the flip side of the Blackfriars job, which is what I'm going to tell you about now, on one of the platforms, basically, I think they were widening the platforms or extending them, or I can't actually remember. But so they had, imagine an underground station platform with the posters on the wall and signs for how to get out and all that kind of thing. Well, the team at Erith had gone in there expecting that to be a permanent wall, and they hit it with a brock, if memory serves me correctly, and it turns out it was a false wall that had been put up, and I think they could probably date it because once they took it down, there were posters up for movies of the time. And I remember there was a Star Wars poster, which off the top of my head, I think it places it in 1977. There was also another poster for the original A Star is Born, starring Barbara Streisand and Chris Christopherson. It was almost like that whole ghost town thing, or the Mary Celeste ship. It was literally as it had been left. So rather than taking all of that down and fixing the new false wall to it, they just basically put a wall up between the two. When they took it down, there's all of these artifacts from, as I say, I'm fairly sure Star Wars was 1977. Fairly sure. If anybody can check that out, I'd love to hear from you. Nuclear waste is going to be put in a rocket, and they're going to send it themselves, put it in a rocket, but send it into orbit. Yeah, that's where we want it, isn't it? There is international consensus that the safest permanent solution to manage higher activity radioactive waste is geological disposal, which involves putting the waste in a geological disposal facility, a GDF, beneath several hundred meters of solid rock. This is already the chosen approach in countries including Canada, Finland, France, Sweden, and Switzerland. Some of these countries are well on the way to developing their own GDFs. I've got to be honest, if the Canadians and the Swedes and the Swiss are behind that, I'm on board, because I kind of trust them. I kind of trust the Canadians to not melt the world. Do you know what I mean? Yes, you're right. It is the second incarnation of A Star is Born. Who was in the first? Was that Judy Garland? Was it Judy Garland? I can't remember. I know it was Lady Gaga was the third one. I can't remember who. And he's a very quick aside. The second incarnation of A Star is Born, Chris Christopherson was the aging rock star. Do you know who that was originally supposed to be? Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley was supposed to star alongside Barbara Streisand. Two better voices you would never hear combined, but Colonel Tom Parker decided that he didn't want Elvis doing movies anymore and robbed the world of seeing Elvis and Barbara Streisand doing their thing together. I'd have paid good money to see that. Geological disposal is possible thanks to world-class engineering, science and technology, says Peter McKenna. This involves isolating the radioactive waste in sealed vaults and tunnels deep underground between 200 and 1,000 meters below the surface, containing the radioactivity while it decays naturally over time, preventing radioactivity from ever reaching the surface in levels that could cause harm. Solid radioactive waste is packaged in secure engineered containers, typically made of metal or concrete, and then something else happens, but the message is too long. I don't know. Graham Footy Williams says, when I get the machine, I put the belt on. I make it myself, practice to be safe on site. And I don't want to get red carded. No, that's fair comment. That is fair comment. But the question that Dan Cullen raised is it actually mandatory? Is it mandatory? passes Mark a drink. I think you'll need it after reading that. Where is it, Peter? Ah, yes, there it is. Cheers, Peter. Thank you for doing that. That's better. I have to admit, I woke up this morning. I generally have a cough lurking in the background. I woke up this morning coughing like a good one, and yet it seems to have held out. We are about 7 minutes shy of the 4-hour mark, which means that I've got about another half an hour to keep going in order to double our record duration of the show. I've used my notes, I've used my video, so I'm now throwing myself upon the audience to get me through. Solid radioactive waste is packaged in secure underground containers, typically made of metal or concrete, and then placed in a stable rock formation hundreds of meters below the surface, with the containers surrounded by clay or cement. It is called a multi-barrier approach. Thank you. Thank you for that. Elvis and Barbara getting their thing on. Top shelf material, if ever I heard of it. Yeah, young Barbara Streisand. I know the nose and stuff, but young Barbara Streisand, around about the time of Funny Girl. Something about Barbara Streisand. Something about Barbara Streisand. Yeah. Mick Norton says, okay, we're back on seatbelts. Thank you. This is why I like having Mick in the chat, because he knows stuff. It's site policy, not a legal requirement to wear seatbelts with site-operated construction plant. Wearing a seatbelt while operating construction plant and machinery is a critical safety measure that can help prevent serious injuries and even death. Totally agree. It's important for everyone involved to understand the importance of seatbelt usage and ensure that they are being used properly at all times. However, it's down to sensible risk assessment, and then we lose the end of the... So, going back to the very beginning, it is site policy and not a legal requirement. However, as Mick Norton goes on to say there, regardless of whether it's a legal requirement or not, why would you not? You know, I see people getting cars, and I drive past people and they've not got a seatbelt on. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you not just that way? Why would you not do that? Are you got a death wish? Are you invincible in some way? What the hell are you thinking of? Dan Cullen says, are you going to go 5 hours? I don't know. Frankly, that will be down to you. Not you personally, Dan. It will be down to everybody else. As I say, I have run out of things that I specifically came here to discuss. However, I do intend, even if I sit here humming "I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles" in honor of the mighty West Ham for the next 31 minutes, I will do that, because I'm definitely going to break the 4 hours and 28 limit. But if anybody else would like to hop on, take part, see us over the line, I'd love to hear from you. Just had a nice beef sandwich with horseradish, salt and pepper roll. Well, unbeknown to you, he was watching. My son Fred, who is still here at the moment, he's going out, but he's still here. He chose the right time while we were all talking about Hinkley Point. He put his head around the corner. He is going off to our local Wild Bean Cafe, the M&S Wild Bean Cafe, and he asked me if I wanted a sandwich, and I answered, I do not. However, I have since sent him a text message saying, get the coronation chicken in, would you? So, yes, there will be a coronation chicken sandwich waiting for me in the not-too-distant future. Looking forward to it. Peter, Encyclopedia Mechanic. Do you know, I don't want to come across as a bit of a big old softy, but do you realise what we have here? So, we haven't seen him on the show for a good couple of weeks. I'm sure he's up to his eyes with work. But there was a time, I would mention, for example, JCB used to badge somebody else's excavators. And Nick Drew would pop into the chat and say, yes, that was Sumitomo or whoever. I can't remember who it was, but he would have the knowledge. I mentioned something to do with legislation, and I'm unsure and uncertain. And Mick Norton will, Tarzan-like, swing in on a strategically placed vine and provide us with the answer. Peter McKenna. Now, admittedly, Peter has got access to the internet and stuff like that. I could do it. I could pause the show and say, hang on a minute, I'm going to go and find out how we deal with nuclear waste. Instead of which, we have somebody like Peter McKenna who will go away and look it up and deliver the answer. It's just a mine of information, this stuff. Brilliant. Alternative. We're back on this again. Alternatives to geological disposal have been carefully considered and will continue to keep options under review. At present, they're not technically achievable. For example, converting the waste to non-radioactive material, not environmentally safe. For example, disposal at sea or in ice sheets. Please don't put it in the ice sheets. Or too dangerous to implement, i.e., firing the waste into space in rockets. That's definitely coming back down, isn't it? You don't want to be doing that. An interesting thing, the roundtable discussions with psychologists and linguists on how to safeguard nuclear waste for the tens of thousands of years for it to become inert. Psychologists were involved in that. That is an interesting one. I understand it. It makes perfect sense, but I didn't realize that was the case. Peter McKenna says, see, I know as much as Mick Norton. I'm not as daft as most people think. Peter, you are many things. Daft isn't one of them. Do you know as much as Mick Norton when it comes to legislation? My money's on Mick, I've got to be honest. How do you warn future people from opening up the barrels and digging for treasure? Which language will be spoken after all that time? What a can of worms that. Imagine we've put specific instructions on those barrels of nuclear waste that is still radioactive and highly dangerous, and we put it on in English and French and Spanish and Esperanto, and by the time our sorry, that's the 4-hour mark. By the time our descendants finally decide to go and crack open those barrels, they speak another language. Imagine that. Oh, that would be a kick in the teeth, wouldn't it? It really would. What does this say? Oh, we don't know. We don't have the necessary translation. What's the worst that could happen? Let's crack one open and find out. End of the world. Can you imagine? There is a Star Trek movie. Anyone? The originals, with Shatner and Nimoy and the like. Do you remember the one where a life force? They liked a life force back in the days of Star Trek. A life force had returned to Earth and was threatening to take over unless it could be introduced to its maker. And they referred, we're having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. So anyone watching on LinkedIn might be struggling at the moment. Let me remove it and I'll put it back in again in a second. Hopefully that will do it. Yes, so this life force came back looking for its creator, and it was called V'ger. Do you remember that? V'ger, V'ger, V'ger. Turns out it was a mutated Voyager discovery. So it was basically man-made. We'd sent it out into space, and by the time it had come back, it had ill intent. Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but yeah. So continued, Mick Norton. However, this is the other half of the bit about the seatbelts. However, it's down to sensible risk assessment. When, example, you're working alongside water. When I worked alongside canals with a wide range of earth movers, no seatbelt but life jackets mandatory. Overzealous health and safety professionals often fail to identify the real foreseeability of risk. Manufacturers have a legal requirement to fit seatbelts and ROPs. Anybody else think there might be a gap there? Excuse me 1 second. You see, I said I wasn't coughing, and then the cough arrives. So manufacturers have a legal requirement to fit seatbelts, but there's no legal requirement to wear them. Ooh, what? Does that make any sense to anyone? Gary Muirhead, the little red hammer inside the cab for smashing the windows also doubles up as a seatbelt cutter. Do all cabs have those? Do they? Now, for some reason, Lou Carney has just sent me a link for a hotel. I don't know why. Why have you sent me a link for the International Hotel in Telford, Lou? Love to know. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but I don't know what the question is. Chris Ford says, being told what to do excites the ripple in me. Yeah, you never get over it, do you? Asking is a far better way to get me to do it. Too many little Hitlers on about on a power trip. Ain't that the truth? In all walks of life, that's not peculiar to construction in any way, shape, or form. Too many little Hitlers. I was talking to somebody about this completely unconnected. My son Fred, you've seen his work. You know what he does. So he's got the best part of 400,000 followers on Instagram, and he has done that because Fred has got a very specific style and way of doing video. Most people love what some people don't. Some people don't get the artistry of it, but most people love what he does. So we get people phoning us up saying, Fred, we love your work. It's brilliant. Blah, 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 blah. Can you come and do it for us? So he gives them a price. Those that aren't afraid by the price say, okay, pop along. And then you get there and they say, okay, so we love what you do. We love your fancy shots and your music and the droney bit and the artistry and all that. But on this occasion, could you do something completely different? What's the point of that? What is the point of that? Paul McCartney, we know what you do. Come along and do the Royal Variety performance, but don't sing. We want you to tap dance. What the hell? Peter McKenna, a friend of mine, died in the truck. Bloody hell, sorry to hear that. A friend of mine died in the truck when it rolled over on the at Blubber Houses, A59. Blubber Houses? A59 between Preston and York. The police said he could have survived had he not been wearing a seatbelt, or if there was a way to, that during said rollover, the seatbelt would have disconnected at a certain point. Wow. Dan Cullen reiterating what I said, you're not that daft, Peter, no way, shape or form. Rolls-Royce have been burying nuclear waste for years. If you glow in the dark, you live too close. Well, at least we know. At least we know. Now. Hang on a minute. Now, I can't actually grab that. What is it that Lou is sending us? She sent me this. Okay, so this was a link to a hotel, internationalhoteltelford.com. Don't know what that's about. And then she came back and said, whoops, okay, and then sent me this one instead. Can somebody grab that link and go and have a look at what that is? Dan Cullen is saying, is that the next Plant Works hotel? Possibly. Right, stand by your bits, people. We have an exclusive. You may have been here yesterday when I asked Lou Carney if there was any talk of a FutureWorks 2024, because it was a FutureWorks year, then it was a PlantWorks year, and so, you know, the way these sequences work, next year should be a FutureWorks 2024. And if you have a look, there you are. Have a look at that. www.ticktelford.com/what's-on. I'm assuming that will lead you to a link that says FutureWorks 2024. FutureWorks, people, you heard it here first. Please sign up. A lot of what we looked at today, when you think about NEOM and Oxygon and all of that kind of stuff, if you think about HS2 and if you think about Hinkley Point C, all of this is very, very much future looking. There is no show that is more future looking than FutureWorks. Set aside a day. I think it was only a day last time. Set aside a day. Get yourself up to wherever that is. Go to FutureWorks and get a hint of what this industry might look in 5, 10, 20 years hence. you'll thank me. Peter McKenna says the 4-hour mark sounds like a dog with a hair lip. Yes, I've heard that before. Construction Channel Luxembourg, which as we know is our friend Al Grierson. He's had to hop from LinkedIn over to now I wonder, he's hopped over from LinkedIn to YouTube. I wonder if we may have exceeded the live stream limit on LinkedIn. I wonder if they've set a 4-hour limit, because it was about 8 minutes ago that they kicked us off. We're back on now, I think. But yes, I wonder if we've broken their limit. In which case, we broke LinkedIn. Well done, people. Well done indeed. There is that link again. It's in the chat. Go and have a look. But find out if you can see what it's all about. I tell you what, let me see if I can do it. We've got time. We've got plenty of time. Telford. What was the thing? Different screen. ticktelford.com/what's on. .com/what's on. Okay, I can throw it up on the screen. It's not specifically saying about future works, but let me show you. This is where we're going. Well, where some of us are going to be. I need to stop that, and I need to share my screen, which is there. There you are. That is going to be the venue, the venue of FutureWorks, the International Centre in Telford, I assume. There you are. So come 2024, if you fancy meeting up with me, or perhaps way more sensibly meeting up with Lou Carney, FutureWorks is going to be at that venue, and you heard it here first. I don't know the dates. I'm sure they'll be forthcoming, but those are the dates. You need to get that in your diary. Looking forward to it. And if Chewbacca's there at the same time, even better still. Right, thank you for that, Lou. Thank you for bringing us an exclusive just before we pass the ultimate mark. Dan Cullen guessed maybe the next Plantworks hotel. We don't know where the next Plantworks is, so keep an eye out for that. Peter McKenna says, we need to stop CPCS and NPAWS discrimination. There's so many things that I would like to outlaw. That would be one of them. That would certainly be one of them. Now, this will be a test for the younger viewers among you. Can you imagine the people opening those barrels of nuclear waste? They'd be walking around like the kid from the Ready Breck advertising, the kid going to school. Do you remember that, when he had that orange glow about him? If anybody sees the thumbnails, I always think this when I do the thumbnails for this show. I always have a glow around me, and I always think Ready Breck advert, because I'm that old. Just finding out that my phone battery won't last the course. No charger. Chris, you're going to miss all the fun of the fair, and the dancing girls and the giving away of money. Luke Carney, your secret is safe. You didn't mention it, but it really is. And she said an exclusive. We now know FutureWorks is going to be in Telford. People, come on, book your tickets. I don't know if you can yet, but when you can, I'll tell you, or Lou will tell you, book your tickets. Go and see what the future of the industry is going to look like. UK blocks Rolls-Royce project to build a nuclear reactor on the moon. Can they? Can they? If, we did feature that a couple of days ago, the idea of actually building on the moon. There was a plan. If we could draw power using Rolls-Royce nuclear reactors, why not? And I said that we didn't have any dates. Guess what? We do. So it's basically last week. It would have been exactly a year ago, a year to come. So 17 to 19. So 17, 18. So 3 days. 3 days. A 3-day FutureWorks. And Graham Williams, it's up in Telford. Up and, for me, up and left. For you, up and left as well, I guess. Up and Telford. You can find Telford on the map. That's it. Maximum stream on LinkedIn is 4 hours. We broke LinkedIn. How cool is that, eh? Dan Cullen says, I'll be your first customer. Well done. It's not there yet. This is hot off the press. See, this is why live streams work. You see, who else could do that? You wait for one of them old-fashioned magazines, what are printed on paper. You won't be hearing about Future Works for another 4 weeks. And here we are. It's announced. It's online. There you go. Need your merch now for Future Works, for Future Works. Right back to the duck do, Chrisfield. Good luck with the duck do. Graham Footy Williams. By the way, your WhatsApp, I sent you a copy of the medical report I had to do. Thank you. I'm going to have a look at that. I've never seen one of those, so I will take a look. Graham Footy Williams says 3.5 hours for me to get to Telford. Telford, Shropshire, Black Country. Yeah, listen, that is the thing with exhibitions and events of any kind. It doesn't actually matter where you host them. As the saying goes, you can't please all the people all the time. If we held it in your back garden, Graham, down in Devon, then those up in Manchester would be up in arms. You've got to hold it somewhere. Peter McKenna says, say hello to my wife, Sarah, who's watching. Hi, Sarah. Good morning. Let me do that again. Hi, Sarah. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing Peter to watch the show today. You didn't need to do that, but thank you very much indeed. Just make him work exceptionally hard this afternoon and make up for the fact that he spent the last 4 hours and 14 minutes chatting to a complete stranger. You have my permission. Yes, please do me nicely, he says. I'm not entirely sure what that one was about. Peter McKenna. The Guardian reported on the fact that apparently Rolls-Royce has actually secured the funds to develop a nuclear reactor for the moon base. And as we've reported previously, the fine folks at Komatsu have actually got, they are part of an organization that is looking to build on the moon. So we seem to have all the bits. We have equipment manufacturers that are willing to work on the moon. We have Rolls-Royce securing the money. All we need right now is Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Richard Branson to decide actually the Earth is too scary a place to live. Let's head up there, at which point everything will kick into gear and they will have their criminal lair on the moon. Simple as. It really is as straightforward as that. There are no obstacles between whatsoever. Dan Cullen says, I worked on the power plant demolition in 2020 during COVID in Ironbridge. You were there, were you? So you would have been part of Demolition Services, or one of their contractors or something like that. Demolition Services did the Ironbridge power station, if I remember rightly. Doing a digger show down here would be awesome. It would be awesome for you, Graham. Not so sure it would be good for everyone. She's enjoying herself in Amsterdam. Sarah McKenna. I know we've never met, but allow me to offer you some advice. Man to woman, you're in Amsterdam. The last thing you should be doing is watching this pillock. Go out, see the canals, tour the red light district, have a cookie or two. I'm saying nothing. Eat some Indonesian food. I don't know why, but Indonesian food, big deal in Amsterdam. Go and do that. Don't watch this. This is nonsense. Go enjoy Amsterdam. It's lovely, honestly. All the digger shows need to be up north, so it'd be awesome to have one down in this end of the country for once. That's not entirely true, is it? I started my SED journey in Whipsnade. I don't think you'd count Whipsnade as the north. And it moved to Milton Keynes, not exactly the north, edging towards the Midlands. And I know Plantworks has gone Coventry, so maybe a little bit further up. But yeah. Dan Cullen, a few miles outside Telford, the first iron bridge built in the world. Beautiful place. It is. It is called Iron Bridge because of the Iron Bridge. It really is as straightforward as that, but it is a really lovely place. And I've always quite fancied going fishing up there. That's a whole other story. Dan Cullen, just to prove I do know some of the stuff that I say, yes, Demolition Services, they did a fantastic job. There was a lot of talk at the time that they got the job because this is a timing thing. So after the Didcot disaster, somebody from Coleman and Company admitted very publicly that they had never done a power station before, and lots of the industry went, "Oh, that's terrible." And then lo and behold, a couple of years later, they put out to tender the demolition of Iron Bridge Power Station, and Demolition Services had not done a power station before, as far as I remember. They did have some people on the books that had, but the company itself had not. It quitted themselves perfectly. They did a fantastic job, some fantastic blasts. Brought the job home nice and safely. Well done. Good old YouTube. You can just keep talking without being kicked off. I wonder how long they would allow. I guess they would just allow you to keep going and going. And Milton Keynes SED show, I was actually on one of the show stands driving the digger there. Were you really? Who were you with? I did my first SED in 1987. And I wasn't even writing about plant at the time. I was writing news, but because there was news emanating from SVD, I was sent up there at Whipsnade. Have I told you the Whipsnade story? I'll come back. I'll circle back because we're nearly at the full time. So yes, I was sent up there. So that would have been 87. My last SED as a journalist full time was 1990, because I then jumped ship and went into PR. But I then followed it from Milton Keynes. What was the name of the racetrack, Lou? Where was that? But it moved from place to place before it was ultimately shut down. Peter McKenna says, I'm off now, Mark. Thanks for the show. It's been amazing. Have a good week next week. Hope everyone enjoys their weekend. Thank you very much indeed for that. Yes, the racetrack was Rockingham. Thanks, Lou. Yeah, it was. That's where SCD ended up. I was going to say something then. Yeah, just a very quick one on Peter McKenna. He just said, have a good week. Next week, there are no shows next week. I'm in Ireland first couple of days. I'm then off to Italy for 3 days, so I won't be around. No shows. Don't forget, no shows. Somebody please remind Ken Hatcher, because he will be on WhatsApp asking why there isn't. Chris Ford says, years ago, the waste industry used to hold an event near Paignton. Can remember going in the early 70s, but times have changed. Yeah, there used to be a big waste show down there. Real mixed bag. I know there was a couple of the plant manufacturers used to get down there, but you'd also have people advertising wheelie bins and the like. Not the best mix, and frankly not the best show in my opinion. Having said that, not a huge fan of the RWM show up in the NEC either. That's just me, I guess. Graham Williams says, I can't remember now, long time ago, a lot of water under the bridge. I know the feeling. Lou Carney's first SED was 1996, although obviously, for those of you that don't know, Lou's mum was Mrs. SED before that. And it was interesting. I didn't pick up on it at the time, but it's now dawning on me. Lou's mum, Jackie, hi Jackie, was the face of the old SED. Lou then became the face of SED, and then at the last Plant Works, obviously Lou's gone from SED over to Plant Works. At the last Plant Works, Lou had her son with her. So 3 generations. You kind of own this business now, Lou, don't you? So who's for Scott Plant and Hillhead? It was an interesting job in Ironbridge. They brought the first long-reach demo Volvo 750 in the country, if I remember. So yes, I'm an out for Scott Plant. I'm an in for Hillhead. I'm going to be in France while Scott Plant is going on, which is a bit of a ball ache, to be perfectly honest, but that's the way it goes. Have a great weekend, Peter, says Dan Cullen. Have a great time in Ireland and Italy next week, Mark. I will certainly try. Looking forward to both. I've not been to Dublin for 8 years, probably. It's been a long while. I mean, it was way pre-COVID the last time I was in Dublin, so I've got a couple of days there with the fine folks at Combi Lift. So that I'm starting off there, and then I get back, change bags, jump on a plane. This time with my son Fred, and we head off to Italy. We're actually going to a demolition job in Milan, but we're actually staying and flying to Bergamo, which is where we were earlier in the year. So looking forward to that. Actually, know my way around a bit of Bergamo now as a result. Up the funicular railway to the restaurants up the top. It's lovely, really is. Well done, Lou. Keeping it in the family. Great feat. It really is. You think about how people come and go in this industry, and to have had, mum, daughter, son, 3 generations of SEDs and plant works really is quite an achievement. I think we should have made more of that. Well, if it's in Telford next year, I will try to make it, says Graham Williams. You should. You absolutely should. Something just flashed up on the screen and then went away again. What was that? There you are. Great to see you there, Graham. Footy, says Dan Collins. Yeah, I again, we're always looking for an excuse to get us, or at least some of us, together. Maybe that will be our next opportunity. When was it? September rolls around next year. FutureWorks in Telford. The Breakfast Show broadcast live from Telford. I don't know. I'm making this up. I learned when FutureWorks was exactly the same time as you. I don't know what the situation is going to be. I don't even know if I'm invited. I'd like to think I will be, but I don't know. I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning of the show. We said at the outset, can anyone remember how this came about? I'll tell you exactly how it came about. I mentioned very, very much in passing the fact that I quite fancied doing a marathon show. Gary Muirhead, who is good at this sort of thing, basically leapt on it and said, yes, you absolutely should do a marathon show. And then Craig Williams over at CSW Groundwork said, yes, you absolutely should. And I've been trying to find a date. And we finally settled on a date while my wife is away, so that she's not nagging me to finish and go and do something far more useful. So when we first started, the original aim was to go for, well, okay, I'll come back to Luke on his comment in just a second. So I went back through all our archives, and I could tell you that our longest ever show was 2 hours and 14 minutes. So I thought, well, maybe we'll go for 3 hours. That would be fantastic. Nice round number. And then 3 hours became a bit longer and a bit longer. And as you've seen, this still goes on because we've got Dan and Cullen suggesting that I go for 5 hours. Don't think I want to do that. But we ultimately settled on our aim for today was to do 4 hours and 28 minutes, exactly twice as long as our previous record. Well, I can tell you right now, I'm looking at the counter in the top left-hand side of my screen, and we have been going for 4 hours and 25 minutes. So in 3 minutes' time, we will have broken the record, doubled the record. I don't know why. It means nothing to anybody outside of us. I don't suppose anybody's looking at this thinking, yes, we must sign him up for the BBC. He can talk non-stop for 4.5 hours. I don't suppose that's going to happen. But it is quite an accomplishment. Let's have a look. Another media room meeting. It'll be packed. I hope it is packed. Lou Carney has just confirmed, not only am I invited, I will be a media host. Whatever one of those is. And also Peter Haddock worked so well last year. Yes, it certainly did. And I did I mention I spoke to Peter last night? He's fit and well. He's just been absolutely up to his eyes. Just back from 4 days in Iceland as well. So the reason he's been very quiet, if you follow him on LinkedIn, you'll know the last couple of weeks he's been very quiet. It's because he's been busy, not because he's been avoiding you. He's been busy. Now, big question, says Dan Cullen. Will you do a marathon show before Christmas? What did I do, Dan? What did I do to upset you? Why are you cracking the whip above my head, insisting that I do a marathon show before Christmas? Maybe we'll do a marathon Christmas show. Maybe a look back at the year. One thing that we do need to do, that we do need to address. If you were here December last year, you'll know that we all got our heads together and came up with some predictions for 2023. 2023 hadn't started. We didn't know what the economy was going to do. We didn't know a good few things, but we all made some suggestions and forecasts and predictions on what the world might look like, the world of construction and equipment and what have you. I can tell you that one of the predictions that I made was that XCMG would set up shop here in the UK. Correct. But I can't remember exactly, but I'm fairly sure I actually set about 10 predictions. Beginning of December, and I can't remember what the date is, but the beginning of December, exactly a year after we did that previous show, we're going to revisit it. We'll probably do it in 2 halves. We're going to do the first half looking back to see if I got anything right apart from XCMG setting up shop in the UK. And then maybe the second half, we'll do our predictions for 2024. I think that would be a laugh. Definitely down, but in the evening, hopefully. You may have to start fairly early. We're on a countdown, people. In actual fact, my alarm has just said we're actually there. Let me go back to this bit. You'll know if you watch the show regularly that we do welcome confetti. We only have one form of confetti, so I have this on standby. We have just doubled our previous record, 4 hours, 28 minutes. Well done, people. And for those of you that stuck around for the entire duration, what the hell are you thinking? But well done, everyone. Thank you very much indeed for being here. Yeah, I know. Yay, congratulations. What the hell? Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Chris. Well done, Mark. Well, not upset. Be a great suggestion. That's amazing feat, Mark and team. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I have to say I'm really quite pleased with that. Chris Ford says, if you're going to be a media host, will you be in charge of the green room? Well, I'm not in charge of the green room. I mean, I loiter with intent in the green room, if that counts. I'll certainly be doing that. Congratulations on on your first of many marathon shows. Maybe the next one could be 6 to 8 hours long. What did I do to upset you people, really? I've had a great morning, Lou. So have I. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, actually. I have to admit, there was a time around about the 2 hour mark I was thinking, not really sure much more I've got to say. And then lo and behold, here we are, 4 hours, 28 minutes. Madness. I'll take a Saturday, come visit you, Jim Turner, soon, says Dan Carlin. You should. Invite me. If I can make it, I'll come along. I've had a message from my other half. Oh, she's talking about her holiday. I thought she was sending me a message to say congratulations. She's just telling me that there's not a cloud in the sky in Greece. Shocker. When in a hole, stop digging. Yes, I'm going to stop digging. Fair play, Mark. Great talkathon. Thanks. Thanks indeed. In 12 seconds, 11 seconds now, it will be 4 hours and 30 minutes since I first pressed the button. So I think that's probably enough for everyone, I think. Dan Cullen says, I had a great day, Mark, and thank you very much indeed. Thank you for an awesome day. Hope you enjoy yourself in a week's time, whatever you're doing, Mark. Yeah, first, there we are. There is the other half in the chat. Says, great show. Sorry, I missed it. So how do you know it's a great show? I could have been terrible. I was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'll need to go and record some voiceovers for the next video. Go and do that. Al? Gary Muir says, I was watching back on some old episodes of the show last night. It's amazing how far the show has come along. All credit to you and Fred. Well done. Yeah, I was telling somebody about how this started. Do you remember we used to have the black backdrop to cover up the mess behind me and things like that? And we had a light shining up the black backdrop and it looked like the set of a horror show. It was awful. But we've managed to evolve, and as Al Grierson says, thanks for keeping us entertained for almost half a day. Great fun. Thank you very much indeed. Stay on, your part of the furniture here. No, I'm starving. Dan, let me go and have a coronation chicken sandwich. Gary Muirhead says, congratulations. We'll miss the show next week, but we'll be needing the fix on Monday. I promise to come back all guns blazing, just to let you know, as I said, no shows next week. I'm with Combi Lift Monday and Tuesday over in Dublin. Fly back, change bags, head off. I'm back with the folks at Death Bay. We're not going to see the Jumbo this time, the giant excavator. We're going to see the top-down way. Go and look it up on YouTube. You'll see exactly what the top-down way is all about. And yes, well done. All you and Fred have achieved. Yeah. Well, today Fred got the sandwiches in, which I'm very pleased about. So yes, I'll be back here again in a week's time. Bring back some goodies. I don't know if I'm going to get goodies out of Combi Lift. There will be no goodies I wouldn't have thought from the fine folks at Death Bay, because it is literally, we're going to a site. So I don't suppose there's going to be a great deal of that. But if there's any goodies to be had, they'll be up for grabs. As I said, if I get to the post office in time, I will get today's winners out and about. If I can't, it'll be when I get back, which will be Wednesday. Wednesday afternoon, I'll get those out and about. But I do still have a few more Kent Demolition bits and pieces to give away. In addition to which, we've also got a whole bunch of Whack and Noise and stuff coming up. Fred has filmed off the top of my head, probably 7 or 8 interviews with Wackenhuysen while we were over there. I'll see what I can do. Despe hard hat for me, says Al Grissom. Yeah, we filmed a whole bunch of interviews. Now, we will be releasing those over on the Diggers and Dozers YouTube channel as they become available. But my plan is basically to pull them all together, and then we will do, at some point in the next month or so, we'll do a dedicated Wackenhuysen show one evening on a Wednesday evening, as usual, 7 p.m. At which point we'll be giving away a whole bunch of Wackenhuysen goodies, which are still sat right by my side. So keep an eye out for that. But until then, everybody, go and have a good Saturday. What remains of it? Thank you for getting me across the line. 4 hours and 33 minutes. Not a bad morning's work, I reckon, and couldn't have done it without you. So people, go and have a fantastic day. I'll see you in a week's time for more of whatever the hell this has been. There will be videos next time, even more videos. I'll see you all very soon, and thanks again. All the best.